Radically subscribed and tier 1. They've subscribed for 48 months.
End of line.
Hello! Welcome! I had one of those brilliant ideas that, like, I don't have to pay for lights. They're built into the ceiling. See, isn't this perfect? Look, lights. They're great. So, yeah, we're good now. We don't have to do anything. I just turned those on. So, problem solved. All right, so today we're going to be, just change the camera settings. Oh, that really would not work the way you think it would. Today we're not going to be doing anything over here, so I figured, why even bother turning on the filming lights? So, yeah, the idea, little ISO, never hurt nobody. Yeah, you guys actually want to see what it would take? Here, this might be funny. Let's see what it would actually look like. So we're at ISO 3200 right now. All right, that's getting close. Let's go with that.
The Lord said, "Let there be light," and the humans said, "What cry?"
End of line.
And maybe that color. Hold on, my sharpening focus detection's going crazy on everything. Yeah, there, maybe. That'll work. Yeah, that should look great. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, good enough. There we are. There's no problems here at all. Doesn't look like there's ants dancing on everything or, you know, anything like that. So, yeah, the idea, we're not going to be doing anything over here today. It's all just for giggles. So, don't move too fast in front of the camera now. Yeah. Got to make sure that there's no lights that can shine in its field of view so that the sensor gets the hole burnt straight through it. Anyway,
JFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5SICHER 100. There is no war in passing C.
End of line.
Anyway, yeah, we're just not turning on the other lights because there's no reason. Let's go do the thing that we're actually gonna do today and go sit because yeah, there's nothing to be done over here today. Boop. Okay. For the record, this camera is set to auto everything. It's the exact same color lighting in here as everything else. Video compression quality kills more than lights. Oh, I really don't think so. I really don't think so. Just for the sake of the sensor, I'm going to turn it back down to 3200 ISO so it doesn't melt. There we go. That one I have to leave on. I got to leave the camera on because I use it as a microphone. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Close this. Alrighty. So, still watch even all you had CCD cameras from the 90s. Some people would, some people wouldn't. All right, let's go over some stuff here. So, trying to think about what order I want to do things in here. I'm wanting to start the significant rewrite of PyDiscRip. And I wanted to show you this software here because this is kind of my plan, let's say. This is my new video management software that I can use to work on stuff. So I can like go into the edit folder here and you can see that these are the video projects for different things. I can go to import here, and then whatever the current files that haven't been imported yet are, they are put into this folder, and then I can check this and then give the folder a new name and it'll rename it and stuff. There's an action queue that lets me see the progress of things that are running. This one stalled and died. I think there was one of the files in there that was bad, and I need to restart it because it doesn't handle that. That's one issue for this. And then I got some admin stuff that lets me see like a database front end thing of some stuff. But this is written using Python and Quart to create an async web interface for system-driven tasks. Basically, exactly the same thing that we're doing with the CD ripping. So I wrote this software in such a way that we can use it as a base for version 2.0 of PyDiscRip. So I want to start working properly on that today and figure out how we want to implement some things. Like one thing I think might actually be really important to do from the beginning is instead of relying on the config files to be manually edited, let's just extend the controller stuff like the Grease Weasel, the Alaritech robot and things like that to have a GUI similar to this that you can fill in the information and then just have a button to save your settings. They could get saved into the folder, and then there could be like a default settings file name that it looks for, and then you could not have to specify one, and then there could also be the option to specify a file name. So, who's extending the Grease Weasel? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so this is the basis for that. Another thing I did though was finally get everything back up to date on GitLab. So currently my GitLab server mirrors my GitHub account perfectly. And I'm trying to get it set up so that I can do development first on GitLab and then have it be migrated to GitHub. I guess I could do the category. I don't really care that much. It's not like it makes a difference, but whatever. My website's so slow. I don't care about the garbage Twitch. Oh yeah, let me, software, game development. Let me catch up on this. Moonwire, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 48 months there. I appreciate that. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. And Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I was just kind of trying to steamroll through the no lightings setup over there. So, okay. Alrighty. So, here's the idea. I do all of my development primarily on GitLab, and then it gets pushed to GitHub
David
so that
Phantom
people can do...
subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 51 months, currently on a 51 month streak, and says there are 4 lights.
End of line.
There are 5 lights on in this room right now. David, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 51 months. I appreciate that. Okay, here's the idea. Push commits to GitLab. GitLab has a feature for push mirroring that it can push mirror to GitHub. And then if anybody wants to do like a commit or a pull request or something to GitHub, they... Did you guys see the light flicker?
David Phantom says it's upsetting to see that Joe Matter got to all of you CHEER 100.
End of line.
No, it's not 4 lights now. Now it's 9. David, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Idea. Commit to GitLab. Have GitLab automatically push to GitHub. Have people who want to help out do software dev commit to GitHub. I pull the changes from GitHub and then push them to GitLab. The circle is complete. So that is my thought process. Here's the issue, okay? Let's take the Docker scripts repo here. I made a single change this morning to just try and test the whole idea. So we have, oh, that could be a problem. I don't want to think about that right now. So I made a single change. I changed one line from Gitea to GitLab because I am not using Gitea. To sync to GitHub, I set up the SSH nonsense to try and push to GitHub. Don't believe this, it's dirty liar here, because it errors and it says remote inference, yada blah, host key verification failed, could not read from remote doohickey majigger, please make sure you have the correct access rights. Well, here's the thing, okay? Docker, the thing over here, the README did not get updated. Okay, I went through and I tried to add a deploy key, which supposedly you can do by clicking the copy button here to copy your SSH key and then put that in there. It didn't work. You can go and read word things from GitLab, because they say, set up a push mirror from GitLab to GitHub. Oh, that sounds like exactly what I need. And they say, GitHub requires a fine-grained personal access token. Okay, cool. Let's go look at fine-grained personal access tokens. Here we are, personal access token, fine-grained, made a thing, no expiration, GitLab. Let's look at our permissions, and oh, it only can write to things that don't matter. I cannot set a personal access token up in such a way that actually works for anything. So I have no idea how I can make GitLab actually push to GitHub, because nothing works. If anybody has set this up themselves within like the last 2 years, I would love to know how you did it, because I have no clue. It seems completely broken to me. Nothing I have tried this morning worked, and it was driving me insane. So I don't know, I give up. So for now, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to go clone the PyDisc repo. I already did, actually. And then I'm going to just add the GitHub one as a second mirror or something, and then push that, I guess, at some point. I don't know when. But yeah, that's the idea. So that's how it'll work for now. Because yeah, none of that nonsense worked at all. It's very frustrating. So we have this. Primarily dev stream. Yes. Yeah, so if you hate software dev, you can leave. You are excused. I need something that's not starting a massive project with the IBM 8514 video still in production. So, yeah. Okay, get remote, get URL origin, just to double check. Yep, that's correct. So we are not working on that. So, or we're not using GitHub. Okay, so we can run this, but I don't really want to, because that's kind of not what we're doing right now. So, do we make a new branch? I guess we could do that. You know, one thing I want to do, actually, let's go back here. I want to pull the video manager
David
project
Phantom
down.
says okay by CHEER 100.
End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. When do I get new lights? I haven't bought them yet. I'm going to do actual research on that. I don't know. That's not a simple thing to solve because I'm not just going on Amazon and buying garbage. So, where is it? Video manager. Okay. Don't understand much of this. Yeah, this is one of those areas where, like, this is not vintage computer related. This is the archivist stuff, which is different. TCAC. Okay. It's not 33% of your normal process, eBay, Goodwill, other. Goodwill is like 1% now. I don't really go to Goodwill anymore. Think about this. Think about how much money I've spent recently on networking hardware for the fiber build out at home. It's been a lot of other stuff that it's been expensive. Okay. I'm just trying to think through what I want to do in what order. So here's the other kicker about how this software works as opposed to PyDiscRip. So let me explain the problems with PyDiscRip fundamentally here again, because it's been a little while and y'all probably don't realize the level of technical debt that it has because it's obscene. So let's say we want to rename a project from the web interface, all right? We actually can't edit them at all from the web interface. So the web interface accesses a list of how things are stored and exposes that as the status lines here. So we have status Q, or is it Q status? I don't remember. These get the RAM stored data that doesn't get automatically updated after the initial launch from the actual queue items that are stored in the folder, and then it disassociates between what's stored in memory and what's stored on the disk. So there is no direct correlation between the actual files and the data that's stored. So one thing I want to do, and we did actually kind of talk about this with the plans for the V2 stuff. It was not video manager, project manager, PyThread test something, thread DB test. This was it. Let me go ahead and grab this because this has some of the stuff too. Git clone. How does Python not yell at you about those tab levels? What are you talking about? Python uses spaces, not tabs. You can try and force Python to use tabs, but it won't like it. If you mean the depth of it, yeah, that's one of the things that I want to make go away. Matter of fact, here, let me show you a truly horrendous one. If we go to, I want the project. If we go to handler media reader, this should have some really disgustingly deep stuff. Yeah, like look at this. That's just stupid. Yeah, Portizo, in theory, it can handle tabs, but in practice, there are some times where it'll just blow up if you use tabs instead of spaces. I hate that you cannot use tabs. It drives me insane, but whatever. Anyway, PyThread something test. We have the plan for LibreOffice Draw. Okay. So, the idea here is that we're going to I'm not going to argue about the tab stuff. I hate spaces, and I swear I tried to use tabs, and then it didn't work. Maybe it was just because I was copy pasting stuff from other locations, and I just couldn't have been bothered to try and replace the spaces with tabs. I don't know, but for practical purposes, tabs are banned from Python. Anyway, database. This is the big deal, and this is where the video manager stuff is completely fundamentally different from how the PyDiscRip stuff works. So in an action, like let's say action here, we want to be able to access data from, that's all web stuff, I think. Is it Q or something here? Anyway, if we want to be able to access stuff from one element of the code to the other, we use a database wrapper function, which decouples the asynchronous program threads from each other to give us a single data interface. I so don't care about the whole just like tabs, spaces, Emacs, Vim stuff. We're just not getting into it. So we have to use the database. Now, the other thing about the database, and one of the things that I think would be smart as a way of implementing the database, is I think the database should be deleted every single time that the program is started, and that it should be rebuilt. So this doesn't actually, this is just the program flow, but one element of how this software works that I think will be important to keep track of is, let's look at this. This is the single drive tests that I was doing for ripping CDs. So we have an output folder, and then we have our settings file, and that's one of the ones that I want to make use the default name and have that be loaded automatically. There's the input folder, which holds JSON data. I'll get back to that because I have another idea about that. Actually, I have on GitHub, I made a thing about this. So my thoughts are, I don't want to talk about it because it just derails a conversation and has literally been a thing going on for half a century. So there's no point in talking about it. There is no consensus. There never will be. There's no reason to talk about it. Anyway, so this is one thing I was trying to think through this. The database should be deleted and rebuilt from this stuff. I'm already somewhat saving some status information of how the project was handled. I think this should be codified and made a lot more strict. Lights are driving me insane. And then when the database, or when the software is first launched, it scans through all of the directories in the output folder, and I think I should make it support subdirectories. And look for any of...
They subscribed for 51 months and says 51. Bin.
End of line.
I'm a cat. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 51 months. It's so many months. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, we'll rebuild the database from launch. That way we don't rely on it at any point, because I kind of want to treat it as a temp file. It's only to provide access between threads for different queues in the web interface and stuff. So that's how I want to work. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the process stuff. That's one of the, it's gonna be a pretty big overhaul. Because we use process to start everything. If we go and we look in the giant stupid thing, somewhere deep in here, we will do a process, and then we provide the statically addressed function call with the arguments here to this own class, which is really dumb. I don't like this because once you start this, it's almost completely detached. I'm saving the process information here, and then I have to watch it, which sucks. So that's kind of terrible. I would rather this process just be started and then run on its own, and then it accesses the database and updates the database with its own status rather than having to manage this somewhere else. So basically, let things run more independently, which makes things much easier to manage, because this whole layered depth of everything is tracked in RAM is why this is such a nightmare. So that needs to go. That's terrible. Okay, let's talk about some other stuff here. Database, abstract from code space. Yep, that's what I'm keep going on about. And then async actions that will store tasks. Yes, so the way that this works is the action queue has a number of items it can be operating at once. Now, we're not going to have this behave quite the same with PyDiscRip, because we're going to base this off of controllers, where each controller is going to have its own queue that it manages for everything. But in short, I have one number I can change in this, and I think I currently have it set to 2, where it can run up to 2 tasks at once. So somewhere in here, nope, it's not this file. Is it this file? I don't think it's that one. Templates, no, util, objects, action queue. Here we go. So the action queue, somewhere here, yes, max 2. So it tracks each action, and once they mark themselves as error or no longer running or something along those lines, it will free up that number by just decrementing it somewhere in here, and then it will know that it can start another asynchronous action. So we're going to do something along those lines, and then they run independently, and then they do their own database updates so that it doesn't have to have this whole memory communicating with each other nightmare that I currently have, which completely sucks. So we're going to eliminate that. Okay, database should be wiped between launches. Media sample data should be stored in JSON files. Yep. This allows importing previous backups for further processing. That is another thing. Currently, because everything is stored in RAM, if we have to stop the software or we want to make a change to the code or then reprocess something, we can't do that. That's just not how it works. That's one of the reasons why we can't rename anything, because there's no way to run actions on the data after the data has been created. So I don't want to do that, or I want to fix that. So yeah, that's one of the things I'm doing there. Okay, so redo CSV support. I know some people use PyDiscRip. I don't really know how many people do, but I think that the CSV support needs to kind of change fundamentally. I was really torn on how to implement this, but the way that I think I want it to work is I'll keep the CSV stuff, but let me go ahead and run PyDiscRip somewhere here so you can actually see the front end. So let's just do it over here. So discrip, web, settings, file. Okay, so what I think I want to do is have discrip have a set number of parameters that are used, or maybe none. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. And then every other parameter that's not explicitly defined will be treated as this input form. So, or no, actually, the way that it'll work, sorry, let me rephrase that. And by rephrase, I mean explain that was all stupid and idiot thing to say. None of that's true. The CSV parameter will treat the CSV lines exactly the same as these forms. So this object box has an ID for this. That would be the same thing as the header in the CSV. So the idea will be to have the software fully load, and then if a CSV parameter was passed, just automatically populate the queue based off of the CSV parameters here. That way, we don't have the CSV stuff, which is a completely different section of code up here, which is insane, that I have to manage separate from the web interface. So I don't want to do that anymore. So we'll just make the CSV stuff load into the web interface instead, because I think that makes a lot more sense. All right, and then post-processing media samples should be selectable. Yes, so the way that the video action queue works, so Let's say I want to do something with the SoBox video here. I can check this, and then I can scroll up, and then I can pick an action. So what I can do is I can go up here. I've already selected it. I'm just going to check it, and I'm going to check it to temp. So what this is going to do is it's going to add an action, and what it did there is it just generated a file tree in one directory here and over here. It checked that all files existed both ways in those directories from the file tree, and then it created MD5 checksums for every single file to make sure none of them were modified both ways. But I was able to just go select it, check the box, give it the action that I wanted to do, and then I was able to do it. Vamtonius, it's not about that. Yeah, we're talking thousands of disks. It's not just getting them ripped, it's getting them ripped and extracted and validated. It's a lot more complicated. So, I want this kind of functionality where you can interact with previously configured things. This is all stored in an actual database, but the database can be deleted and rebuilt like that if I wanted to. So that's not a problem. That snap sucked. There we go. So I think that covers essentially everything I'm thinking of. So let's define our primary tasks here. Can I do this in this? Let's find out. No. PyDisc, that's not right. Disk. Let's see, I have no idea how this works. Plan? Work items. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Oh gosh, tutorials. Okay. Sure. Okay. This sounds like to-do lists. Let's give this a shot. Okay. Might as well take advantage of the fact that computers are good at repetitive tasks. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big part of it, is that I want to be able to just make changes and have things automatically handled. Like, it's a big deal to be able to go back and reprocess data when things change. So, like with the, here, just one example. BinCon, right? So this is a tool that I had to write for concatenating bin and queue files that are created with multiple bin files for a single thing. If I had started just ripping with redumper, I would have had to then go back and rerun this on every single rip I did. So we have to find all of the edge cases like this, fix them, and then proceed, or else I just create more work for myself in the long run. So we're just still finding all of the edge cases. Additionally, it's not just optical media. PyDiscRip works with floppies as well, so. And I'm always getting more of everything. Okay, title. Let's go with new issue title cutscenes are all lying. Let's figure out our prerequisites. I think we should just, oh gosh. Should I just make a new repo? I think I should. Because I think I'm going to have to fundamentally change every single file too much. The goal is to incorporate as much of this as possible, but so much of this is bespoke to this. First issues is a test to see how they work. Well, it's not supposed to be an issue, but more secure. I'm just validating that the files haven't changed. I'm not calculating cryptographic security nonsense for the video manager stuff. That is just to check that all of the files have been transferred correctly. So like, let's say I render a video and then I find an error, then I re-render the video and use the same file name. I just want to make sure that those two videos are, if one is different, copy the new one over. That's all that is. It sucks. I need to start it from scratch. All right, let's make a new thing. Let's come up with a different project name, I guess, because I think it's going to be architecturally too different to just incorporate the existing code base, unfortunately. So.
Fox subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 5 months, currently on a 5-month streak. And says 5 of them.
End of line.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 size sucks. I need more coffee dash the Shelby solution.
End of line.
And Dora Fox, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 5 months. I appreciate that. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. PyDiscRip 3, the search for more data, yeah. All right. Now the most important part, naming the project. We could just call it some stupid, the Waffles File Extractor. Just trying to think, because I would like to highlight the fact that this is an orchestrator task. It's not really actually doing anything on its own for the most part. Okay, Dizzy, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. Rip, man. Yeah. Oh, here's the other thing I did not say. Here's how we're going to determine this. So this. Yeah, that's it. I want to actually get it packageable. That's another goal. I want it to be packageable. So we'll make sure that we don't use a name that collides with something here. And that's another thing I regret is having disk in the name. We're doing a big rewrite, yes. Because the other one is just unmaintainable. And I've already written my proof of concept of how to improve it in the future. And now it's just architecturally different.
Packaged and lost by USPS.
End of line.
Yeah. By media rip. Yeah. I think it's a little cliche to have pie in the name. Like, here's how stupid it is. We could pip install Flask Python. Like, literally that is a package name. That's how bad it gets. That would run or work. Or is it FFmpeg Python? Something super dumb like that. So, yeah. The username is dead. That does not get used for public things anymore. TT Media Rip. Yeah, I don't really want it to be branded because like that wouldn't make sense to anyone.
Fox says CHEER 101. I can see me loving nobody but you for all my life. Commander and phoneme H end of line.
Dora Fox, thank you for the 101 bits. Philip. Let's see. The web part should probably be mentioned because it's kind of important. Ben. I think server should be part of it. Media basket? You know what? Actually, I kind of like that. That's really dumb. Not in like a, I don't know. I kind of like that, actually. And no, this one's not allowed to be rewritten. This is the one that is going to be a giant pain in the butt that sucks and it's slow to implement. Media bucket. I don't know what this is. What is that though? Is media bucket a thing? Dude, I don't know why Google keeps doing this weird, like, one result on page one kind of thing. Media bucket does not seem like a real thing. Like, I'm not looking to buy a domain and stuff for this. I don't care that much. I kind of like the basket part because you put, like, you know, Philip's whole point is kind of funny, but you put the media in the basket.
Be afraid. You were made to go out and get her. The minute to let her under your skin, then you begin to make it better. CHEER 101.
End of line.
Take some inspiration from old Byte magazine ads. Nah, we're good. And Tara Fox, thank you for the 101 bits. All right. I hate the picking the group and namespace thing. Okay, media basket. The only problem with basket is I got to remember how to spell it. All right, here we go. Oh, why is it so much read me? Gosh, that's just stupid. Okay. Clone. Here we go. Git, clone, paste, go. No, because that would be media biscuit. Then I would think it was just a limp biscuit thing. Oh gosh, let me get the MIT. Actually, okay. Complex question that I don't think we really want to unravel the whole thing here, okay? Because this is kind of a nightmare. I kind of want to relicense CapsWiki into some kind of, you can use this for anything but training AI kind of thing, because CCBY 4.0 does not block anything like that. You have to give the appropriate credit. Link to the license, indicate changes were made. That's different. So anyway, what's a good license for public or open source, but like not good for AI? Anti-AI FOSS license. I know, that's the problem with MIT, is like, yeah, this is the problem with it. Yeah, for leave, I am kind of afraid that that's going to be necessary. This is patently untrue. A good thing is other people, yeah. Yeah, the Reddit users are just wrong. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Dora Fox said. Sure, relicensing will make any difference? Well, here's the thing. I think the cat's out of the bag for CapsWiki, because I would have to get approval from everyone who has ever submitted information there in order to make a site-wide restrictive change. Actually, I think any kind of change, really. So, yeah, that's not happening. That's why I was just kind of thinking, because I'm making a new thing right now. So, yeah, source available is the absolute worst case, because it means that it is legally untouchable for anyone else, but AI is still going to scrape it. I want it to be useful for other people, but I at least want to be able to come here on stream and then have, you know, someone show that the AI regurgitated code I wrote or something and be able to go, ha, gotcha. And there's nothing I can do about it, but gotcha. You know, it's not a lot there, so. Well, yeah, quad moot. That's why I'm saying it's more about the satisfaction of, like, knowing they're wrong. Because they're not wrong if I make it MIT. If I make it MIT, they are fully legally allowed to scrape it. That's just how it is. But I think non-commercial is just basically it. Because the AI is all commercial use case, 100% of it. They sell access to more tokens or whatever to be able to do the stuff. They might have free samples. That doesn't mean that, you know, you go to Costco and you go to the cheese section and there's the little cubes there. Just because there's free samples of cheese doesn't mean cheese is free. That's just trying to get you to buy more cheese. So, CCBI should be a new one. Yeah, no kidding. So, I just want a non-commercial use case. So let's FOSS license, non-commercial. Let's just go with that. Takes us buy more cheese. I know industry is saying that they're going to scrape it anyway, no matter what. but I want it to be... I'm trying to think about the best way of phrasing this. I want it to be wrong for them to scrape it. I know they're going to scrape it, but I want for it to definitely be wrong for them to. So, yeah. Finalizes wording. Scrap data has been spat out. That's when it's just still, yeah. Oh, trap exit. There is a potential that you're not understand, or that I didn't communicate correctly what I'm saying. I'm saying I want it to be only for non-commercial use. That's basically it. I don't want to prohibit non-commercial use. I want to prohibit commercial use, essentially. Licensing suggestions. Gamer. Well, maybe you'll have the license suggestion. I want a commercial use prohibited license. Doesn't seem like there's a good one. Didn't we have... Hold on. Where was the CC... hold on. Caps Wiki. This is just the quickest way to get to the actual place. Let's look here. Creative Commons... give me that little chooser doodad to find a license. What? CC license chooser. Okay, do I know which license I need? If I knew, I wouldn't be here. No. Require attribution, yes. Allow others to use the word commercially, no. Allowed others to build, yeah, I don't really care if you do that. Require adaptations to be licensed under the same license, yes. This is going to be LGPL, isn't it? Confirm that CC licensing is appropriate. I have authority, yeah, sure, whatever. Creative Commons for non-commercial share alike. His license requires users give credit to the creator, follows readers to the material format for non-commercial purposes only. Yeah, it's exactly what I want. Okay, so I think that's it. Those are horrible radio buttons. I think it is their own fault. I don't think those are the Firefox default ones. I mean, well, we could... I don't have any radio buttons over here. Let's see. Those are different. So yeah, they've CSS'd their radio buttons. Yeah, I think this is the one. Trap exit, I would disagree. That it is not in conflict with it. NC also means someone can't use your software in a product in any form, even if they're making the source available. Yeah, that's the thing. Is it? Yeah, it becomes extremely restrictive about stuff like that. Yes. Okay, let's say, in theory, okay, I get all the software working, it's written, it's exactly how I want, it matches my theoretical idealized scenario where we have a Raspberry Pi built into the CD robot and it self-controls all of its stuff, okay? Let's say someone else takes the code, my code, and then just starts grabbing disk duplicators off eBay, slapping an SD card with my software on the thing, and then resells them on eBay for $1,000 as, you know, product software name here. Like, it's kind of scummy. Like, they're just profiting off of my work. So I don't feel that bad about not being able to sell the SD card. They could also just sell that and then tell people to go get the software. Someone can build commercial CD robots, dumb, provide free open source software to control that commercial robot. I mean, they could just say, go download this, put it on a USB flash drive and plug it into the back and then do that. I mean, they could make it compatible, but not include it. CC licensing is irrecoverable. Okay, you had to confirm the understood just now. Means even if you did relicense CapsWiki in addition to existing license, not replacing it. Yeah, that's why I was saying I don't think I could do it. The problem is that you cannot change the license that other people submitted their work under without their consent, mostly. You cannot restrict or open it. So, yeah. Yeah, Norofox, yeah. I guess in theory, just as an example, Ben or Majenko would not be able to use the software on stream because they are affiliates and can get like subs or something. And that would be at work. Man, this is stupid. Yeah, I'm not going to write my own license. That's just a good way to get it invalidated, and then it's MIT. I have no problem ripping you off in that situation. I see your license, and I reject it. Nah. Do we just do the non-commercial? Whatever, blah, 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 blah. So it's going to be CCBY, right? Oh my gosh, every single time I have to recheck those? Dude, I hate this form. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so same thing as CapsWiki license. Credit the creator, remix and distribute material, even commercial purposes. If others remix, it must relicense modified material under identical terms. Okay, so yeah, I don't care about the textbook definition of open source. Seriously, like the world is not black and white like that. You can't just say all open source software has to define or abide by these exact rules, or there would be one open source license. So it really doesn't matter what the textbook definition is. Yeah, Adrian, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So if they modify or build upon the material, they must license the output in the exact same way. I get it, trap exit. I'm just saying that the nuance in practice is not the same as in theory. So maybe share alike is the key, because it would mean that the output has to be similarly open. Maybe that's what matters most. All right. I think that's going to be as good as it gets. Let's just go with that. By SA? Yeah. Which is exactly what we have CapsWiki under. Oh, we don't have SA. Oops. Oh well. Madness. All right, we'll go with, excuse me, that. All right. Why don't they just give me a download for the license here? See the license deed, is this it? Okay, but how about the file? What about the file that I have to include? Control F, download. How is... Oh my gosh. Let's do this the stupidest way possible. Okay, so we have MIT probably in PyDiscRip, yeah. Okay, so maybe there's a legitimate reason to redo this. Legal code, is that it? That'll work. All right. wget. Okay. And then... Because fundamentally, all of the code is going to be changed. So it won't matter that much. Also, I own it all, so it's, you know. I think, yeah, no other contributors currently listed. You guys probably chimed in with stuff, but currently I'm in the clear to make that call as far as I can tell. Okay, one moment here. I want to just do this. I click detach, right? Oh, why does it pop under? Gee, I love pop unders, said no one ever. Oh, whoops. Mute. Well, CC0, MIT0, that's basically the same thing, isn't it? I just don't want to create material for training AI, basically. That's it. I'm so sick of it. Just want to do what I can to try and make that infeasible. I know they're going to do it anyway, because laws don't matter to big companies, but, you know, whatever. All right. Software. Is CC farts license blah 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 blah. I can't spell. All right, hold on. Let's just do this. Boom. Okay. Licensed. Okay. You know, I was going to say I was just doing that so that I'd have something to copy and paste over, but actually there is a way to do this. So if I select this, copy, and then double click, or no, and then do that. Technically, the weird way that Linux works, I could open bracket, paste, close bracket, open parenthesis, middle click, close parenthesis, but it's such a non-intuitive thing that I never remember. It's so weird. Middle click is like sneaky second clipboard, but it's only for what text you've selected. So now that I've selected that, I can come down here and I can middle click. And then it stays in the clipboard, so I can just keep middle clicking until I select something else, and then that changes. It's so weird. You know, I'm not gonna worry about this anymore. We're gonna call it there. All right, software for managing media archival tools. X11 leftovers, how we love you. Yeah. Hate middle click paste. I only ever do it by accident. Thankfully KDE lets you disable it now. Yeah. I could definitely see that being a problem. So my button's non-standard, it's fine until I need to use another computer. It's like when you remap controls for a game and then you like reinstall the game and then all the controls are wrong and then your muscle memory just doesn't make any sense anymore. Yeah. We're managing media archival tools and rip and decoding tasks. Okay. Okay. So, git add l git commit -am init proper git push. All right, let's go back to the thing. And there we go. Nice cut down license. That'll work. Middle click is keyboard delete. Interesting. Buttons are fine. So the back and forward buttons on most mice I find to be completely useless. When a game has one of those buttons where it's like a big open world game where you're going to be walking really far, I really enjoy binding interact and auto walk to the back and forward buttons on the mouse, because then you can almost entirely mouse navigate the game by just auto walking forward and then aiming with the mouse, un-auto walking and then interacting, and you can do a lot of stuff like that in games that have those two features. So I frequently will rebind actions to the mouse extra buttons. Okay. What is Mr. Bays? I might regret looking this up. Hold on, I'm going to do this in an off-screen thing. Bayesian inference, phylogenetic, evolutionary. Oh, that's weird. So it's a genotyping, phylogeny kind of doodad weird. Okay. Yeah, that's unique enough. I don't feel bad colliding with that. Create new text file, MB. All right. This time I'm not giving it an extension. We are doing user env python 3, and then we're just doing that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are multiple packages that have colliding names in there, so that'll be fine. Alrighty, so let's do that.
Drawer box says John Madden. John Madden. John Madden. CHER 101.
End of line.
That one I don't know, but thank you for the 101 bits, Endora Fox. User bin env? Maybe. Let's find out. Probably is. That sounds a little more correct. Let's say print sup MB. Cannot execute required doodad. Bin env. Ayy. Alrighty. Now the idea here is that this is just the entry point. I'd want to have as little code in here as possible. This will probably have the arg parsing, but that will be it. Alright. Let's get rid of that, bring this up, and go to Video Manager. Okay, so let's look at how this works and get some basic stuff going on. Oh, hey, look, that's how you do it. In here. Okay, so if I remember correctly, having the entry point stuff like this is annoyingly required, so we probably want to start the main task thing in here. Oh yeah, this is the other cool thing that the Video Manager stuff does. So when I did the check action here, so if I go back and I redo this, like the Casio IF one, okay, if I do this, check against temp go, you'll see that the progress bars update in real time. I'm using webhooks to do that, which we don't have in Flask at all. So rewriting to Quart lets us do that, and that makes it so much better and easier to update the user interface or the web interface in real time. So there is no way of doing that at all in this stuff. So that will be a huge thing. What version of Python am I targeting? That I don't make choices like that. Whatever version this is, that's the one. Although you do have a good point. Actually, this would be the time to use only single quote F strings. So that's a good thing to remember. Flask doesn't do SSE. I don't know what that is. Is that the processor extension? But yeah, so the updates, so like this is automatically, or is updated by having it constantly check for JSON files in the background, and then when it loads them, it does stuff like that. Server-side events, I believe no, because Flask does not run as an asynchronous process. Flask starts and then holds focus. So it never releases stuff. You can't have the server do anything with Flask. The only way we make this work is by having Flask and then everything else run in separate threads that cannot communicate with each other. That's one of the reasons why this sucks so much, because it's impossible to get anything from the web interface into the memory of the other code. That's why the way that it works is we'll write the JSON files for the queue into the input folder, and then the other data decoding stuff reads that and then sees that it's there and adds it to its own internal memory managed queue. The way that we're going to do this in the future is the web code will receive data from a form, it'll write it into an SQLite database, and then the logic code will be able to read the SQLite database and do updates from there. But they'll also be running in the same async IO scheduler, if I remember correctly. I think that's possible. And then we'll be able to do whatever we want. So Because one of the big things that I had to do with Video Manager, so if I show you util convert here, I did figure out how we can wrap our own stuff as an async IO task. So most of the things that we need to run are external modules like 7-zip, mtools, HXC. All of these are not going to have Python modules for running as asynchronous tasks. So I have to be able to define my own async functions to wrap this stuff. So we're going to be doing that a lot. And then while that task runs in the background, the web interface will be able to receive a new connection or send a WebSocket update or something. But Flask can't do that. Single thread that just sleeps, no ops, and sits there and just holds execution. So has explicit background task support Flask compatible. I already know Quart. I already have a code base that I'm familiar with. I don't want to change it. Half of the reason that I wrote this was to learn these tools. I know for a fact, with 100% certainty, all of these tools will work. And then it's the same similar code architecture between the two. So we're going to go with that, and then we're going to use Quart. So you can drop Quart in for Flask. Flask is a fork of Quart. Or no, Quart is a fork of Flask. But Quart is actually by the people who make Flask. New PyDiscRip and Quart, yeah, but we're calling it Media Basket because that was a funny name. An MB, kind of clear as far as a like executable name is concerned. Actually, on PyPy, is MB taken? I assume all 2 letters are. Yeah. So we'll install Media Basket, then it'll execute as MB. Okay. So, oh, this is another cool thing I'm going to do. We're going to use templates, which make life so much better. You know, Flask on the desk along with Flask on the computer. That's a bottle, not a flask. Anyway, we got to do this where this gets used as a source file for Quart. You can do templates in Flask as well, but I never did it. And this will be how we create instant loading web pages, and then in the back end, WebSocket will be used for updates. It's like when you look at this, everything is loaded as a static HTML thing. It doesn't run any WebSocket stuff to populate this list, and then updates are added by WebSocket commands instead. So we can have the best of both worlds, and it's not a horrendous amount of work as long as you plan for it in advance. All right, let's get a web thing going. So I'm just gonna yoink. I don't want to do this too much, but this is like the core. And we want to get something running. And I want syntax highlighting. View. Where do I pick syntax highlighting? Highlighting. Scripts. Python. There we go. Okay. Okay, so coincidentally it's MB instead of VM, but whatever. I do regret calling that VM. That was maybe stupid. MB. Okay. This is... I'm gonna add in the description. Screw that. Yeah, pass, actually. Okay, so we do need all of that. I want that. I want pathlib. We need these. These don't exist yet, so I will kill those. Actually, I don't want to... Nope. Undo. Okay. All right, config read, file path, real path. Yep, that all checks out. It's wonky, weird stuff. Figure out where the file actually is. Get the data. Okay. You can press control. I don't think alive is actually used anywhere. No. So we can probably eliminate that, but I'll wait. Won't that also copy the errors you're avoiding? No. So I'm not copying from PyDiscRip, I'm copying from this. This is the good software. This is the terrible, awful software. So this software, let me explain. Several months ago, I had a raid die and I lost all my video stuff. And as part of my making sure that that would never happen again, I spent several weeks writing this software. This is my video management software. So I can come into here and see my video projects, and then I can pick one, like the, let's say, the Data General Nova serial cable video that I did on the second channel, and then I can tell it to perform a task, like check it to make sure that it was properly exported. It will run that task, and then it's done. So this was specifically for me to know that my video projects are properly backed up and managed and all that stuff. But I wrote this also in the exact same way that I wanted to rewrite PyDiscRip. So now we're going to implement everything that I learned doing this and decided on as an architecture into PyDiscRip now as Media Basket, thanks to Phillips. So we're taking the good bits out of this, and then we're going to apply them to a rewrite of PyDiscRip. So this is from the Video Manager application, and the only thing that, and to be clear, PyDiscRip is like huge. So one file that's 140 lines is nothing. So yeah, we're going to be copying and pasting a lot because like the Alaritech Robo thing is like 1,300 lines or something for that whole file. So we're going to adapt that to this, but we do need to fundamentally change the architecture of how this works. And we're going to start by just creating some dummy devices, so like a fake CD ripper or binary generator that just copies stuff from dev random or something, just as like get it off the ground. So we're going to do some pure software stuff to start, because it's obviously not just going to work instantly. So all right, media basket. All right, I am going to attempt to standardize on single quotes. I hate single quotes, but apparently that's what Python wants. Okay. Media archive tool management server. Okay. I don't think we want that. And I do want a default settings file. So we're going to make this just settings.json, whatever. All right. Hold on, I need to close this and then reopen it. There we go. Why do I need to do that? Because Kate is smart about how it handles tabs and spaces, and it does it based on what was in the file, but by default, if there are no tabs or spaces, then it will default to tabs, which is smart because spaces suck, but then if you start adding tabs after you added a bunch of other stuff that was spaces, then you break things. Anyway. So it doesn't use Vim keybinds. When you have a mouse, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Because you know what's really annoying is when you just click somewhere and you try to type and then it's in visual mode. Like, ugh. We're always in visual mode with the mouse. All right. To do verify that settings exist. this and write and load blank if not. So the first thing we're going to do is create controllers with configurations that can be set in the web page. So one of the things that sucks, and I feel is like the biggest barrier to entry for PyDiscRip is, let's go back to here. I'll do this as a tab this time. Let's say we want to configure the Alerotech RoboRacer. You got to manually set all of this stuff, and that sucks. Like, no one wants to deal with all of this by having to learn how this file is generated with the optical group and all this. This sucks. So I would like to make this all GUI driven for Media Basket. So, yeah. All right, path. I think we just got rid of that, right? Yeah. Although maybe we want path and we want it to be the output folder. So let's go O output media sample output directory default output. I'm doing really bad about standardizing on single quotes. I need to remember to only use single quotes. Oh, this is a mess. I don't know if I actually want this, though. I guess the blank settings should have the web interface stuff. And maybe the path. This is all unique to the video manager, so we don't want that. Okay, let's do... Android, no, I would not want to have it use a global config. I think that is a bad idea. So, for example, at this desk, I have one Grease Weasel with one 3.5-inch floppy drive connected. I have another Grease Weasel that has a 360K and a 1.2K floppy drive connected. I have an optical drive built into the computer. I have the Alerotech robot that has the arm that can move around and pick up discs and put them down, and then the 3 Blu-ray drives that require redumper in them. There are so many different ways that I could rip media on here that it would be a bad idea to create a global config for everything, because paths and IDs and that kind of stuff are going to change depending on what and how I plug in all of the different things. So having folders where you load your config file, so in this case APLS for all drives, or this one would be for a single drive in it, makes more sense, because then you can create settings per application. So for example, I have one drive here for a single optical drive built into the computer. At home, I have some for the floppies drives, like I have an FD505 with a Grease Weasel built into the case that it's in. That one has its own thing. So stuff like that. There's too many different ways that you can do archiving. So I don't want to have a global file, but I do want a default file that if you're in the directory where you have that file, it will just find it and run. So, you know what I could do? I could do MB underscore settings. So that would probably make more sense. Make it a little more obvious. But I didn't know about using the paths like that. That's kind of nice to know, the environment variables. It just isn't as good of an application in this case. Okay, project. Output. I am ultra bad. Hold on, can we do something stupid? Find single quote, replace with, or double quote, replace with single quote. Replace all, yay, problem solved. Now I just have to rip that single quote key off of the keyboard. Wait, it's also the double quote key, no. Hate dot files dot drs. So I usually use a dot dir for the input directory. That way, output, that way it is hidden because it's full of JSON files. But if we're going to use a database, we actually don't want that. So I might do a dot file database. I don't know. I can just call it runtime database and leave the file in there, or cache database. Maybe that's a better way of naming it, is cache database. Okay, well, leave it as that. It will be super nice. Oh my gosh, I'm so looking forward to not having to exchange information between threads as stupid JSON files all over the place. And contain the living state of the thing. Well, that's going to be the point of the SQL database, which could even be in temp for all it matters, actually, because the whole point is that it gets rebuilt on launch every time. The settings file is the keys to the city for rebuilding everything. So that needs to stay, but the database should be rebuilt from scratch. You know what? No, not keep it in memory. It needs to be on the disk. So this is the thing. We're running multiple async tasks in multiple threads. So they have to have a single point at which they can communicate that is out of memory. And that's where the SQL database comes in. So that's why that. But something just occurred to me I'm not super crazy about, but on the other hand, maybe I could see a use case, because one thing I have mentioned I want to do is support subdirectories. When you get a giant output where you have a lot of stuff, it might make sense to cache it, so when you restart the program, it doesn't take 5 minutes to reload everything. So maybe there could be an option to not delete the database. The default startup is to delete the database, but then not delete it on next startup. So I think we should add a flag argument here for that. I think I have an example of a flag argument. Yeah, simple scan does like everything. For the task queue, why not use celery? I got no. I'm going to put it this way. There's a lot of stuff that I looked into while designing the video manager program, and I decided not to do it that way. Store true. This is what I want. I don't remember why I declined celery, so I can't say. Clear. Or no, let's call it K, keep. Keep database. Keep old database on start instead of clearing. This could also be a good debug feature, like maybe your computer crashes and you want to resume, you could keep database and it could reload your existing action queues and stuff and continue from where it was. Holy arg parse wall. Dude, scan to PDF is so complicated, oh my gosh. You can do so much stuff with this. It's insane. This is my crowning achievement program. You can go and find any other PDF building program, GUI or not, they're not as powerful as this. I'm telling you, they all suck. Like, not to toot my own horn, but someone had to do it. Someone had to make the program that isn't garbage for taking scanned images and turning them into a PDF. And it turned out that was me. Okay. So exit handler is up here. Let's make this a little bit more clear. Assign, exit, cascade, callback. Hit up output PDF A2. I got no idea what that is. It probably doesn't matter. Just getting the data correctly presented in the PDF is the problem. If it's useful at the Connection Museum, we just got our Caesar scanner in, currently investigating using NADS 2 for that. Most of our problems, we have so much stuff. I don't know what NADS 2 is. Yeah, NAPS 2? Okay. I got lucky on the Google search. Yeah, so this is very manual. The whole goal with how mine works is that you point it at a directory, you specify your crop, your margin, your whatever stuff in that, and then it just rips through the whole thing. So it takes a lot of setup to get your command right. I would actually recommend you make an SH file, a bash script, to run this because there are so many parameters. But once you do it and it goes, it's beautiful. Once it clicks, you'll understand why I did it the way I did. A GUI would be nice, but a GUI, it's a trap to do all this layout nonsense. You spend way more time doing all of this than you do actually making it good, and then it's a whole problem. So like, let me explain one thing that mine does, okay? Page layouts. We are tangented hardcore here. So saddle stitch, unbound saddle stitch. You ever taken a book, all right, that is stapled together sheets of paper that are folded in half? Well, when you unfold them, remove the staples, on the outer page, you have page 1 and page -1. And then on the inside, you have page 2 and then page -2. But that's for that sheet. You go to the next sheet, then it's page 3, page -3. And it flips when you flip over the paper and scan the next side. Processing this in the correct order is not supported by any other software as far as I'm aware. That there is no way of redoing saddle stitch scans. So that's one of the things that I had to do. So you can specify your page order and your page layout. Like, let's say you have something even more cursed. I've had a couple of documents where they did something super dumb and I had to manually specify this. I think I even had one document where I had to specify every single page manually in this because of the way that it worked. It was very dumb. But it's possible to specify page orders per scan in this way. It's really weird. The stuff that you can need to support. So have a GUI that shows you the 4 corners of the scan image, lets you trims visually, but has the other options along the side. No, and that's why I say it's a trap. Because the instant you try to display an image in a GUI comes so many more expectations. You can't just display an image, okay? If you're displaying an image to crop, Then the user wants to be able to zoom so that they can see the fine edge that they're cropping to. And then they're going to want to be able to scroll through the other pages so they can see where the crop lines up. Then they might want to be able to see like 2 pages to see where the crop is on both pages. Then they're going to want to be able to see the color adjustments in real time because we're already here. Why couldn't I see that? So now we have to do crops, we have to do color. Then there is going to be the whole page ordering stuff like, well, why can't you just process the page order and then let me see all the colors and stuff? So I don't have to like look at this while the pages are upside down and stuff. It is never going to end until you have to build the world's best and most complicated page layout thing in GUI form, and it would just be a massive nightmare. So no, I will never add a GUI ever to scan to PDF. The only way I would do it is if they're just no. Just run the parameters, execute the program, look at the output files, and then do it. You rather than something for JRandom user because a big labor-intensive step is usually seems to be measuring the trims in GIMP, but that's not hard. That's the thing. I only have to do that for one page for the whole thing. I think I don't need this over here right now. Stuff that off to the side. And I don't need this either. Let's get that out of here. Okay. Anyway, scan to PDF's awesome. Okay, name and paths. Let's get rid of this. I had more infiltrator double quotes. Hold on. So the problem with double quotes, the reason I'm trying to be all single quote focused, is that there is some old version of Python that doesn't support F strings with double quotes. And I know that Matrox Millennium was running that version on their Linux machine, and it wasn't that old, so I was trying to, from the ground up, support that. The Decimator, it's much more ground level, fundamental than that. We're rewriting my PyDiscRip management stuff in a not horrendous method. Okay, let's actually get this going. So settings, let's just, settings. Okay, on. If not OS path exists args settings config read. That reads a JSON. Path exists file. Get the full path. Config file not found. Okay. So I want this, and then here. Wait, if it exists, run that. And then just do that. So default gets loaded, and then if the file actually exists, we load it. And then this is a weird thing that I found out about where you can like merge and clobber settings data. It's really weird. I don't like it, but it works. It's the left join for JSON data in memory. Or Python dictionaries, I should say. Or is it right join because this overwrites? I don't want to think about it too hard. Okay. Verify that settings exists. and use default if not. Okay. Build app. Okay, so this will be where stuff starts to change. Project queue, exit status. Okay, so this is a little more specific. History of F strings, 3.6, horrible bodge, limitation 3.7 formalized as part of the language and yikes, yeah. Is settings a dict? Yes. Yeah, that's a handy one. I was very happy when I found out it existed. Yeah, it's really nice. So one of the things that I will do is, and this is, again, why I want to rewrite all this from scratch. So I kind of almost have it half implemented here. So there's the config data here for every single controller. So like the robot has all of this stuff that is used for calibrating it on startup. And I have the default config data here. But the way I didn't know that that existed until later, so it was too late to implement it here, but there is a handler function that goes through and will reconfigure itself, because that was based off of this, and somewhere around here we go. It will go through every single key, and then if the key exists, it will assign the value to itself. It's basically the exact same thing. I don't dare change this now, because I'm sure it would break something, but what I plan to do is have the settings have an instance of each controller, because let's say you have two grease weasels plugged in, one for 3.5 and the other one for 5.25, both kinds of 5.25 inch drives. So you might have two grease weasels plugged in. So for each instance of the controller, it will just go through and give it its own config data, and then it will be left joined or whatever using this, and it will be so much simpler. So yeah, lots of things that can be optimized in this. So build app, is that import from web build app? Yeah, that was what I thought. Okay. So build app, was there a reason we do that here? So project queue is something different. Create task, run task, settings, host web IP. So app is
ANGRYK9 has subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 15 months.
End of line.
Angry K9, thank you for the tier 2 sub there and for 15 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I need function, print layout, labels, fixed layout. There's some options to adjust the size, labels, print margins change. Even before we used the first time, they asked me to add a GUI to edit and preview the layout. Yeah, one does not simply add a GUI. Also, the whole GUI problems are why I'm writing it as a web interface, by the way. Partly because kind of the idea is to be able to throw it on a Raspberry Pi and have it run as a server on something and then control it from something else. So web interface actually kind of makes sense. But yeah, that standardizes the GUI a lot more. Okay, so I'm trying to think about this. This is an async IO task. So we create the tasks. We await Flask.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100 don't get GUI on stream. Titch will have a heart attack.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't remember if this works or not. Doesn't just have import full GUI that makes it work. No, but I do have that for config files that I wrote myself. I'm actually, so this is one thing I'm going to look into for this is I have under web, I have a static JSON form. This is one of, I also really enjoy this. This takes a dictionary and then builds a JSON form from the dictionary and also supports loading the data as a JSON directly to and from the client so you can just save the stuff. So that whole thing there builds everything here. So all of this is created from that one script by feeding it a single dictionary. It does the field sets, it does the categories based on dictionaries with other stuff built in. Once you fill all this out, you can save it and then you can reload it. It's sweet. So this I want to standardize into its own repository and then figure out how Git submodules work to include this in Media Basket without it being managed internally, because I'm probably going to want to make some updates to that. Yeah, that's one cool thing. So this just generates all the HTML and everything based off of a dictionary for creating that form. I do need to extend it though, because I want it to have some descriptions and stuff. Everything in here for now just uses the raw dictionary keys, which kind of sucks. I would really like this to have some way of adding like a, alt text where you can hover over this and have it say something, or, something along those lines. So I'd like to make some updates to that. Okay, I'm trying to remember how this part works. So this is where we get into the specific stuff and the web nonsense. So for right now, we can actually just, this should run and just close. So let's do this actually. This should run and just print post Flask and then exit. So MB, no, namespace has no attribute path. Oh, because I didn't clear this. Let's just swap that to output. If output, well, it can't be none because there's a default. And we'll just not mess with that yet. I'm sure JSON and JSON. Oh gosh. Want to become professional working big GUI app. Almost everything I've done has been web-based. Yeah. There we go. Post Flask. Perfect. That's what I want to see. All right. So that now all works. So we don't have the output folder validated yet, but we'll just do that somewhere else. It doesn't matter. I do need to figure out how to pass that. So that'll be interesting. We got to figure out how we're going to get the settings to the controllers. That might just be a database thing, or we just dump a dictionary into a field and go job done. Because thinking harder about that makes brain sad. We'll just make one table that's the initial setup, and not think about it that much. We're built with electrons, still hate it though. Yeah.
Belgiumet says thinking harder, we're allowed to do that around here, CHER 100.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Ooh, okay. Ugh. All right, let's make a web thing happen. So, I don't know that I want all of that in there. Let's do make web. This is now when I get to the point where I probably don't want to wholesale copy the entire thing. Also, let me look at something here really quick So I was able to figure out how to have paths. So admin folder, yeah. So I do want this So I'm gonna want one of these that's API and that exposes, like the Q is JSON, the media form, the form for adding a media sample as an API endpoint. So I do want to make sure that there's like an actual API thing and use this logic. Do we want MB to spawn sub processes? Mmapper sockets? What? No. I mean, it's going to spawn sub process. I don't know why we'd use sockets. We are going to literally need a linear sorted table of multiple repeat data points. So an SQL database just makes sense. Additionally, the other benefit, I haven't mentioned this, the other benefit that we get from using, we're going to end up using SQLite, by the way, if I haven't made that clear. The benefit that we get from that is, what's the best way of phrasing this? Concurrent write protection. The SQL database thing, if multiple databases, it'll tell them to hold and wait until it's free. So we won't have to deal with race conditions from writing stuff, as long as we design it correctly. Not that there's likely to be race conditions, it's just not how this is going to work. But when, say, two CD drives are ripping something, they finish at the same time, if they both want to write to the database, one can write, then the other can write, and I don't have to worry about the collisions. So that's one thing that I'm really looking forward to. So I don't have anything that matches like the queue and the admin and that other stuff that's PyDiscRip video. Streams have temporal anomalies for anyone else, just my end? I don't know. That might have been an RTMP thing, I'm not sure. Audio went choppy. Ooh. Could that maybe be the first fail we've had? Oh, we dropped frames from the office to home. So it's probably LTE, if anything. I dropped 222 frames. Meant to use a config file. Oh, so there's a config file that's just stored between runs. So that's just to save the settings for like the drive on floppy. Interface A is a 3.5-inch drive. So that's all that is. The database gets deleted between runs because it's meant to be a cache. It's not meant to be an actual like repeat use thing. All right, well, it looks like I just dropped frames for a little bit and now we're fine. For giggles, I can check on the server to see if it dropped frames on the upstream side, because if it did, then that would be the first recorded, nope, 0 drop frames, so 0 drop frames on the server. Since getting fiber at home, I have had 0 downtime. Cox internet sucks. But, gotta admit, it's pretty rare that we even have issues with the LTE. Better knock on wood now. I have enough faith. Vultures bought Google Fiber to get around and run in one of the office. Yeah. The problem isn't... Yeah, I'm not going to get into it. It's not... Yeah. All right. Let's figure out the web stuff. I'm not sure we even have Quart installed. Hold on. Let's find out if we do. So I also have the SRT notes program. Let's bring this over again. Go here. Let's grab that. SRT. Boom. I believe this was rewritten to use Quart. Let's double check. If it uses WebSockets, it definitely was. Okay. Grab that. Git clone. All right. Boom. It's not a monopoly if it's a different monopoly in each neighborhood. Yeah. Yeah. All right. SRT notes. So if I run -W, if I run this, all right, we get this. So this is working correctly here. If I've shown this before, I love this program. This is another thing I wrote, but so this is also using the WebSocket interface, and I can show how live updates work between things. This doesn't use. Does it use a database? I forget exactly. Oh, this uses the SRT files. So specifically, this is for saving notes in time with streaming or making a video or something. So if I wanted to do a thing happened, I could add that as a note, and it just got updated or added to both in real time. This was sent as a WebSocket. I could delete this one over here. It gets deleted from that as a WebSocket kind of thing. So this is the kind of functionality I'm looking to bring to PyDiscRip. I can make a program that doesn't suck, but PyDiscRip is such a giant pile of technical debt, that it's not possible to bring this to it. It's just too far gone. So that's why we need to rewrite it. But that kind of thing is doable. But anyway, this was written in Quart, and is like an easy demonstration of how we can do WebSockets and other things locally. So that lets me know that Quart's actually installed and running as well. So we can get something running here pretty quick. So let's say we grab programs that don't suck, it'll never catch on, I know, right? Let's look at web. Let's just start with this. Okay, import OS, multiprocessing, process, async IO, SH utility, humanize. Do I need humanize here? I don't know. We'll just keep it for now. Ran fiber area past couple years. Started this year pretty nice. Had first outage the other day. Out for several hours. Wow. Surprised we've been running fiber the past year. Might be competitive market soon. Ooh, nice. That's the best possible thing you could have happen. It's, yeah, the competition. Gosh. Okay. So we're importing Blueprint stuff here, which is different. I guess, oh, that's how we're getting the other things. We'll keep hello. I don't really want this. Yeah, so to explain, the way this works is it fetches from the database the directories that were passed as the configuration information, and then it gets the size of the file usage. That's why we're using humanize there. So this program, we're looking at the code for the homepage here. So I use, I don't know, DH, or I don't remember exactly what, to find out how full the drives are. This is telling me how full the file system is at this point. We don't need that here. I mean, we could have that. Maybe that's not a bad idea, actually. Like if I'm ripping to a flash drive or something so I can take the stuff home and upload it at home, maybe we would want something like that, but we don't need that right now. So, and it's not like that just plugs and plays. So we're just gonna get rid of this. But it renders a template. We just have no data. So let's just do this. And then we will add a template file. Templates, path select. So let's make a folder called templates. This is one area where Quart Flask gets a little weird. Setting up how the template structure works is kind of like built-in web server appliance from the 2010s. Thank you. I may have intentionally styled it in such a way. I also just like color. So like for action queue, we've got the green, we've got the orange. I could have it check and fail something here. So if we go home, edit, let's check this against archive, it will fail. Check, and blue means it isn't run. Oh, it's not running because this Is this finally locking it up? Ah. Well, it would be red. There's things that are suboptimal about that, but we'll improve that for Media Basket. That Swarm, that video already came out and no one watched it. So if you want to see that, you can just go back to the YouTube channel. You watched it? Well, you're in an exclusive club there. All right, let's call this home. Home. Who's drunk and some people? View's a view, I guess. We need a phone app to monitor it. Phones display web pages. Here, look at this. This is another thing using the exact same architecture that I wrote. Okay, this is how I control my video stuff. Like, here, I'll change over to the other face cam. Whoa, crazy. All I did was click that, and I'll go back to the webcam. Whoa, crazy. And if I want to do that from my phone, I just bring up the exact same thing here, and look, it's phone. It's that. I can change it from here. Face cam. Whoa. Or webcam. Whoa, crazy. Who needs an app when you can have a web page? Yeah, I can actually make a proper video about the home video capture setup now. I keep forgetting that I can do that. Because, yeah, it's really nice. I need to finish up I have the Office video routing software fully configured, but I haven't done the home one because it's more complicated somehow. Because, well, it's complicated because stuff's permanently wired in. That's why. Okay. We got more staticky stuff. You know what? I'm just gonna do this because that makes life easier. Okay. So this references from static. So we'll do that. Okay, we're gonna render home. Home. Data equals none. We'll just leave the home HTML there. App process. Yeah, so we build app task. I believe that's the one that we grab. MB. Let's go back down here. Build app comes from somewhere. Build app, this. Okay. So we import all the config data that we probably want to not have. No, that's all fine. Oh, app config. So this is a sneaky evil thing that you can do with Flask or Quart, where you can stuff data into the async object for Quart. This is unique to the async stuff. And then you can pull that back out anywhere that you are running it as long as Quart is fully initialized. It's weird. So I can put some setting stuff in there, but not a lot. So there are some things that I'll put in there and some that I won't. But for the most part, stuff shouldn't go in there. I think I can hide all of this, actually. Let's do that really quick. Oop. Okay. Got one of the Extron switchers from the Office VJ capture video. It's been amazing. Awesome. I'm glad, because they're very affordable and really good. Madness? I'm not sure. This has kind of always looked like this. If you're thinking about the other thing, this is garbage. That's why I want to rewrite this. But there's no hope for updating this. We can't fix this. It's unfixable. Meanwhile, this is fully configurable. We can change all the colors we want and everything. Like, this is like, I love this. This is excellent. I'm almost torn which UI I want to use. I kind of like the video manager one even more, but I don't think I should use that. I think the web GUI version is better. Okay, so I do have two ways to start this process or task. We're going to go ahead and use task. return app. Yeah, then we app task here somewhere. App, run task, I forget exactly. Build app. From web, we import all of that, so that's perfect, that's fine. Okay, so let's just bring that in. Well, I was disappointed by what arm cam means when I see it in the source list. What do you want? Like camera, a GoPro on my wrist so you can see everything there? It's not gonna be a fun view when I got an itch on my chin, I tell you what. Alright, build app, run web server, await Flask. Well, tangents went. I didn't say when I had an itch on my shin. Jeez. Okay, I think all that's good. Okay, let's give it a shot. Motion sickness to stream? Yeah, that too, actually. All right, what way in which is this gonna die? No module named humanize. That's fair. Pip install humanize. I kind of want it. I think it's worth installing. I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones that doesn't exist in Ubuntu repos. Only 2 hours in, we almost have main written. We are past main at this point. We're about to start a web server. What are you talking about? No module name. That's fair. Where is this? 16. It's in the imports. Hide those. Boom. Go already. And bingo. That's running. Okay. We have the web interface started. It's very dependent on old stuff though. So, time to start fixing it. In theory, I should be able to make it so that we can edit the HTML files without having to restart Quart, but in practice, I've never felt like it was worth doing and it doesn't work well. So we're not gonna bother with that. Done, ship it. Yeah, that's Why did the static stuff not load? Get style.css. Okay. Reloaded. Why is it not being applied? Weird. Oh, I know what it was. This is an edge case you get when you're running local stuff like that. It cached the CSS and stuff from the SRT notes program. That was what happened. Okay, there we go. So let's think about some of what we want in this. So we're actually on the way to making progress now. Okay, so I think this is a minor mistake that I made in the video manager thing. So I think for all of the stuff, or am I using path select as the base for everything? I don't remember. Control F5 for the win, yeah. Is the API stuff going to be separate from the front end? Are you making it so front end calls the API? The front end will call the API. That's how I'm going to do it. The API will be the single static way to do everything. To give you an idea, Madness, so PyDiscRip supports loading CSVs for a batch of media samples all in one go. I want the CSVs to effectively fill in this on Media Basket. So I want the CLI front end to just send every line of the CSV as a request, a post to the API if you provided a CSV on first boot. So yeah, the API, definitely the way to go, is how I'm going to handle it. All right, I want to look at some of this other stuff. So view page, I think base.html. Okay, what's base.html? Does this have the nav? It does. So am I just an idiot and I path select? Oh, path select extends. What? Okay, this is media basket, templates, home. I copied the wrong file. Okay, sure, that works. Oh wait, hold on here. Base. Let me grab path select. Copy that. Home. No, I don't want to open that with Firefox. I want to put it here. Close, whatever. Don't care. Do this. Okay, now that's correct. We don't have any data, so that should be fine. So now I could F5 this. It won't work because it never works. We're going to have to close and restart this because for some reason the templates don't work that way. But now we have stuff. Yes, kind of. Although not really. All right. Extend base, H1 header. Select path. There should be text in there. Why is there not text in there? There's actually a bunch of stuff missing. Status, drive, queue. Wait, is PyDiscRip in the background? Oh, I have the web page open. That's not helping. Where is it? Die. Okay, that'll stop filling the log with garbage. Okay, F5. That kind of worked. It added the title, so that's getting updated. Okay, so let's just up here say templates auto reload true for quart. Maybe I can try that for giggles. Web. Boop. Let's see. Well, it didn't throw up, so select path is the tab title. So if I go here and then media basket, I'm telling you the spelling is going to be the hardest thing. F5. Oh, that's going to be so nice. Oh my gosh. Thank you. That is huge. It's going to be, yes. Okay, that will help a ton. All right, now the base, we actually want this to be media basket. And then this will be home. Which means I should be able to update this. Boom. Oh, yes, that's excellent. Okay. So we can go edit this. So our nav links will be home, and then will be add rip. Oh wait, no, hold on. Add, I don't know. Q, let's say media, Q, admin. I like admin. And then we'll go dashboard. So save that, F5, control F5. Nope, that didn't work. Why? And now that's a different. Is this the wrong one? The wrong base? Open containing folder. I think it was. Hey, okay. All right. We'll want to config. Oh, this is excellent. Okay. I don't know, I'm just going to call it RIP Media. We'll have the URL be add, whatever. Okay. Now we get to the hard stuff. Trying to decide what we want to do next. I think the critical things that we need to get going to make sure that this will all work the way that is needed is to have the database done, the settings file done, and then configuration. So, let me think about this. So the idea here, let me walk through what all this stuff is, because I'm not talking out loud as I describe or write these things in. So the home page, I actually don't know if we're going to need a home page. Home page and dashboard are probably the same thing, actually. So we might just put dashboard there instead of home. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just call dashboard. Let's just call home dashboard. All right. Because this will give us a miniature view. This is basically going to be the same view that we had previously, except I may or may not have the media ad thing on the right. I don't know if I want that on the dashboard page or not. Haven't decided yet. Possible that RIP Media might just be a thing that makes a little drop down appear here, so it'll be like a toggle. I don't know. If that's the case, then I might push it over to the right and make it like some kind of toggle button. I don't know. To have that hide or show only on the dashboard page. I do have for this in here, let's say you are navigating. All right, there's a sub menu. It's not really well done, but I have this kind of thing where we can have like breadcrumbs kind of thing going on. So I might set it up to where there's also a button in here that's add rip, and then it would go there or something. I don't know. I don't know that I want to have full file browsing like this in Media Basket, because this gets a little weird. I kind of don't need this even in what I'm doing with this, but I was just playing around with trying to figure out what made sense to add and what didn't. So dashboard will have small q on the left. I guess we can block out some of this actually. Let's say content, is that, that's probably it. Okay, I'll say table. Yay, everyone loves tables. Woo, tables. Okay. Table. Basically going to be exactly the same as it was previously. So tr, and then other tr, th, q, list, and then it will be say q results, something along those lines. So list over here, results over here, similar to what we have. Where else would you put your stuff if you didn't have a table of the floor? Exactly, yeah. So the media queue will let us do things like rename. A blank but no marquee? Where do we see blank? So my thought is on the dashboard, we could see the queue. We can't edit the queue. And then if we wanted to say delete an item from the queue, we would come over to media queue and then do that there. But I'm trying to decide if queue items that are completed and queue items that are not completed should be treated differently. I think they shouldn't be treated differently. I think in the front end, they should look different, but they should not be treated differently. So basically, when you go to RIP Media and you fill in a name and all description, tell it what kind of thing it's going to be, what it will do is it will generate a folder in the output like this. And then, actually, it'll be kind of more like this, because I had a bunch of garbage ones like this, where it will put a status file like this, and then it will turn on the robot voice. It really doesn't get used that much. I don't think it's that distracting. Anyway, we'll put incoming queue items here, and then we'll put an action in the action queue. So maybe we call this action queue, not media queue, because it'll have an action for RIP. So base action queue. So the RIP actions will be added, and they will be they'll be like the base level things. Oh, that's gonna be complicated. So the queue list would be for media that has not had action RIP done on it yet. And then we will have the media samples that have had RIP set to like true in the status file. So we would have status, that's a lot of garbage, man. Where it says done false, we would have maybe RIP equal false here. And then if RIP is false, it shows up on the left. If RIP is true, it shows up on the right. But there are still things there where we would need this. Well, action queue is more of a management thing. Like, let's say you want to cancel a rip, you would go over to action queue and then you'd cancel it there. Or maybe you want to reorder it. You would do it that way. Because, yeah, you don't want to, like, accidentally misclick here and then remove something from the queue. I think it'd be better for their CZP brush drawing. It really doesn't. Just imagine there's a line going down right here, kind of. Still not sure if I want rip media to be a separate page or not. All right, let's start implementing some other back-end stuff. I'm gonna close this. Proof of concept is going well so far. Actually, let's get some commits done, maybe. Git add dot git commit Quart web interface started. Git push. Okay. Do I have a second web file open or something? Why is it? Oh, let's just do this. Close, reopen. Start from scratch. Okay. I kind of regret installing Spider. Okay. What do I need? Let's not worry about WebSocket stuff yet, because the WebSocket stuff is really, really, really complicated. It requires this and some other stuff. It's this whole thing. Trying to just think, configure. Needs to load data from controllers. Controllers are not really... Let's do the SQL database first. I think that's next. Config status of diffing. This repository has existed for 2 hours. I think it's fine. It was literally the second commit ever. Yeah, let's get the database stuff going. Okay, objects. So, I can't remember. How did I implement this? DB demo. Okay, so util DB. Okay. I'm going to follow the exact same structure as this. Create new folder, util, and then DB. All right, fine. We'll use this objects thing. I don't remember how I liked this or not, but we'll just go with it because that software was really, really easy to develop compared to anything I did with PyDiscRip. So, you know, it is probably better. Okay. So the way this works is we have a implementation of an SQL database. All right, that gets wrapped. So let me explain it this way. There are, oh man. SQL is a language that defines a database. So this is actually SQL, all right? So we're going to create a table if it doesn't exist, and that table is going to have a key that's an integer, and it is automatically ascended, it increments, whatever. We have a date time, it'll be a timestamp for a thing, a path to go into something. Don't worry about what's actually in here, okay? This makes a table. This gets put into SQLite. which I'm going to use over a proper server. Now, normally SQL is used with a proper server, Microsoft SQL Server, MariaDB, Postgres, which are programs that run in the background and are meant to handle many network connections at once going to stuff. We don't need that. We just need something really basic. But the power of SQL means that it can handle data in ways that is really nice. If you are already familiar with SQL, and SQLite handles some concurrency issues like I talked about that we're going to run into because we're going to have asynchronous tasks going. So even though we don't have multiple clients, we're going to have multiple things hitting the SQL database in ways that we can't predict just due to the nature of the ripping. So SQL solves some stuff for us. One of the problems with SQLite is that it does not have stored procedures. Now, I'm a big stored procedure fan because my opinion is your database should also have your API, and you should never write raw SQL against your database. That's a great way of having object or SQL injection attacks, that kind of stuff. So generally, I prefer to wrap all of the SQL I can with stored procedures, but you can't do that in SQLite. So what I do instead here for the video manager thing is I create stored procedure functions on a class, and these work kind of the same. You call this function, and then it does the SQL action, and then the objects or the data is inserted after the string, and it is sanitized as it is put in that way. So it works similarly to stored procedures, but not quite the same because your SQL still has to go into your code, and I really hate SQL going into the code, but there's no other way to do it with SQLite. So we do this, and then we have our API to the database for how to read and write to it. So we're going to create our database interface and our database schema, which is what you would consider this, all in one go here. Now, the other file that you're not seeing, DB demo or DB, is a generic file that I made, refresh, that is just a very basic wrapper for SQLite. So we import SQLite, it's the only thing in there. If there is no database file, then it loads the initialization file that you provide as schema. And then it will automatically connect to it. It will set up the row factory for how to read and write data from it. Then we can perform queries against this. So read and modify queries, because they're two different weird ones for some stupid reason, or the way that it works, it's dumb. I don't like it. Anyway, I'm wrapping access to the database here because you need to do some nonsense to make sure that it actually works, especially with committing and all that stuff. So I'm wrapping access to this and then extending this class over here so you don't have to remember the nitty-gritty, stupid database stuff there, but you do need to make essentially your stored procedure there. So we have a class, a subclass of the main API for the database that is all of the stored procedures here. It's probably a really weird way of working on it, but it kind of, my brain likes it, so that's what we're gonna do. So, okay. Let's think about how this is going to work. SQL is more powerful than people realize. Currently working on a project, 7.5 million rows of data with different views. You can hit this thing all day. It's very responsive. Obviously, in the things I've done, I have not hit any kind of limitations on it. I just wish it could do stored procedures. If it could do stored procedures, it would be perfect. It would be the easiest recommendation ever. I hope SQLite 4 or whatever comes out with stored procedures, and then it's perfect. So that's my only problem. Elsewise, it seems fantastic. Now, if you've never done SQL, I envy you. Because I am not an SQL wizard by far. So you're probably going to see me looking stuff up. And then the other problem is that I've done most of my SQL against MySQL, not MariaDB. So my knowledge is old and decrepit and irrelevant, but I kind of know what I'm doing. And then I have to like look stuff up. Like it still bothers me. I think there isn't varchar in SQLite, or it was like horrendously inefficient or something. I forget exactly what it is. But everywhere I read, it was just like, just use text. So, kind of hate stored procedures unless they're doing something that actually makes sense as a stored procedure. But that's informed by deployment nightmares at work. Let me ask you this. Why would you not want an API that is defined in the database for how to access the data from the database by just making a stored procedure? I mean, views are basically the same thing as stored procedures. So I suppose you could make views for that kind of stuff. I haven't really experimented with views. Maybe we should experiment with a view during this. That would be kind of cool. Varchar is an alias for text. Yeah, just straight up better than Varchar. Yeah, see, like I said, my knowledge is ancient, decrepit, and irrelevant. Also, I got no idea what your pragma journal thing, whatever, is, so that doesn't mean anything to you. Well, one thing, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Understand that point of view, but I'd rather encapsulate that API in the data access layer. Maybe it's just different ideologies. I don't know. Because in my eyes, let's say you are making like actual native applications. You have a Linux app, you have a Windows app, you have a Windows app, you have an Android app, an iPhone app, and then you have to change something with the schema, but it's not like huge, but it will mess up your SQL queries. It could, I mean, unless you're just also going to have, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I suppose you would have a web API or something that you would use to wrap all the SQL stuff. So you wouldn't have the direct SQL connection from the phone. Nah. Stored procedures are much safer. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Since we try to portable across our database for all different terms of how you can deploy new stored procedures. Oh, well that, yeah. If you're, yeah, like with SQLite here where you just can't. All right, I'm gonna do this. Hold on, I want to make a note. Add plan work item, I guess.
Lynn subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 17 months, currently on a 17-month streak, and says hi already. 17-month time flies by really fast.
End of line.
Lena Heim, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 17 months of hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, it does fly by fast. What was I going to say? Oh, I want to make an item here to remember. Try making SQL view for queue list on dashboard. SQL views are like the diet version of stored procedures. I bet you will like them. There we go. Wait, that was on SRT notes. Gah! That was the wrong thing. Hold on, pinned work items. That's kind of interesting. I like that. Okay, add new item. Delete issue, yes. Boom, there we go. Oh gosh. let's just close that one. All right. Okay, I'm gonna thumbs down this. You know, that guy's an idiot. Okay. Media queue. Here we go. What exactly are we gonna queue? So I think we need. What are we gonna queue? What are our actions? I need to define this. So. Per controller, ooh, this is where, do that again in your bedtime detection this morning. Okay, let's assume I'm not gonna keep anything that I'm doing here today. Let's just make something that looks like a thing and then figure it out from there. So let's say media queue. All right. So let's assume for right now that the thing that seems sensible is to create a representation. Okay, let me explain what's going on in my head. I want the state of the media rip status to be stored in the JSON file that is in the folder for every single media sample that is ripped. I want each
100 make something that looks like a thing and figure it out later like Windows 11 development.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 hits. This Grease Weasel, okay? Let me take this as an example. I could have 2 drives connected to this, okay? It can only run one action at a time to rip a disk per Grease Weasel controller. So the box that I have here that has 2 drives are the dual 8-inch drive set that's connected to a Grease Weasel. Let's say I add a rip job for each drive. It has to run them one after another. So we need an action queue that is tied to the controller in that case, because we cannot do multiple things at once with that drive. But let's say we have 2 Grease Weasels connected, those both can rip at the same time. So if we have this connected and the 8-inch drives, they can both run at once. So if we have, let's say we have a rip queue or a controller queue, and then we have a post-processing data queue. So maybe media queue and data queue, because data items can run an unlimited amount. They just have to run sequentially. And I think we can reuse some of the yes. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I want to add another item to this. Reading the media is a critical path here. Processing can be done in the background. Yes, but here's where this gets complicated, okay? So let me explain as I write this. Tie add require support required decoding for media. Okay. To release media. Okay. So some media may be held until a decoding step has completed and validated RIP. So for example, on something I got recently, I don't remember what it was, I ripped a 3.5-inch floppy on a 3-rev cryoflux raw read. It showed bad sectors. On a 5-rev, or was it 8-rev? I don't remember. On an 8-rev read, let's pretend, it worked. It was able to get a consensus on the data that it considered it valid. So for floppies, as an example, it needs to rip the flux, but then not release the data until the grease weasel convert step has gone through and tried to decode the flux into a binary object. And once that has confirmed that it found all of the sectors that it should, then it can release the floppy. But if it doesn't detect all of them, it needs to re-add to the RIP queue with a higher rev count. So that is something that is impossible to do in PyDiscRip that I want MediaBasket to be able to support. A retry RIP. Now with something like optical media, I don't think we're going to get that because we kind of just get one pass. One thing I could do is, I mean, even DD-Rescue, it's not like it's slower. DD-Rescue just handles that transparently. I was going to say just use regular DD for a first pass RIP if it's like DVD, but DVD-Rescue just works. There's no reason not to just run that. So yeah, especially for floppies, I think we need to support decoding it first. It's also, we could do something like, for multi-session Blue Book disks, we could have 7-zip report the state of trying to decode the ISO, and then if that fails, it's not able to decode it because it was one of the stupid hybrid Mac Windows ones, it could try and mount the disk and then just copy the files instead. So maybe we could do that. So that's one of those areas where we don't want to release the media until it has been validated. Yeah. Okay, so let me write down these examples. Example A. Read floppy disk with GW revs 3. GW convert fails to find all sectors. Reread floppy disk with GW revs 8. GW convert has more data to work with now and may decode. Because we don't want to always rip at the maximum revs because the head, I don't think it touches just one track at a time on every floppy drive. The magnetic strip is in the middle of a bigger, chunkier thing. So if the disk isn't in great shape, you don't want to rub the disk more than you absolutely have to. So doing a reasonable first pass of the 3 revs kind of makes sense. To explain, revs are revolutions, and it's the number of times that it reads the disk track. So by default, when you read a floppy disk to flux with the cryoflux format on a grease weasel, it reads it 3 times, and it stores basically 3 copies of the data per track file. And you can increase that if you want. You could also decrease it to a single rev. So I wouldn't want to increase it any more than that, but for the initial pass, because if it reads good, then you're just wearing out the disk by passing it under the head more, and that's unnecessary. But it reads, maybe you want to scrub it a little more. So I think that's a good example. Example B, Blue Book, hybrid CD, ISO will most likely not decode due to LBA nonsense on ISO extract error mount and B files directly. Which, ooh. How's that Alan Parsons disk work? Hold on, it just hit me. Linux can read HFS and Joliet extensions on optical media, and this showed both. How are those exposed? So let me add that, and then let's look at this really quick, because I didn't even think about this. Because this is a data disk, and it has, come on. Oh, I'm pretty sure it has 2 sessions. CD info dev, hold on, is this 0 or 1? Dev SR0. System Apple computer CD-ROM with both HFS and ISO 9660 file system. Yeah. So if I click this, I suspect it will mount as ISO, not as HFS. How is it determining which one to mount, though? EXE. So it went with the ISO, not the HFS. How do I make it pick the right one? Could I... Could I mount, you run the mount command and specify the HFS file system? Oh man, this is not something I had considered. Let's put a pin in this and come back to it. We'll understand that's a problem to be solved at some point. And I do think just mounting the disk and extracting the files is probably the easiest way to do it. I wonder how. Stupid LBA hybrid ISOs. Ugh. So for those of you who may have missed the random CD shenanigans that we've gone through in the past, the way that that works is the CD will have 2 sections of data on the disk. A small amount of data will be, let's say, the Apple Mac executables. The larger amount of data could be the like MOV files that were on there. There might actually be 2 small sections, one that's just the Windows executables, one that's just the Mac executables, and then a bigger chunk that's all of the MOV files and other random data. The way that the file system is presented to the computer when you put the disk in is that if it's Windows, it will look for the ISO header, and then it will find that, but the ISO header will point to like negative space that normally wouldn't be addressable, but when it goes to read it on the disk, the data files are there. But they're in a weird spot, but it works on the CD. And then if you put it into a Mac, it reads the HFS header, which is the Mac High Performance File System, whatever it was called. And then it finds the data at the similar weird negative offsets. But when you rip it as an ISO, it rips just the executable part, because, like, for Windows, because that's where the data is. And then it doesn't rip everything else because it was in negative space. It wasn't part of the binary data. So when it goes to try and, like, access those files, they don't exist, and it's out of the block space of the image that you ripped. Ripping bin queues doesn't really help either, because it uses the absolute position from the file system, and the file system doesn't exist in the same way in a bin queue, and it's just... It's one of the unsolved problems of disk ripping, as far as I'm aware. There is no solution, so that's why that would be a good one to handle here with just copying the files. But I will need to figure out how to mount the HFS version and then copy those files. And then that has other stupid problems. Does anyone know offhand, is it possible to make a sit archive on Linux of an HFS disk? Because I might need to do that, because it's got the stupid resource forks for the file system. Ugh. So... Well, that doesn't even help. That's the thing. It's the way that the data is addressed on the disk for the file systems. You have to mount the entire disk all at once in a way where the addresses line up. Like, we can kind of read like that, but there's no software that can take advantage of it. Nothing has implemented that. I think I've only done a sit archive in Mac Classic OS. I know it is possible on some later operating systems. It's just, ugh, it's bad. I don't know, maybe there's other modern archive formats that can hold the resource forks. I don't know. But yeah, it's terrible. All right. So, all of that was to say, Media Queue needs to stay held until released, I guess. So, yeah, there'll be a validation step or something that says, yeah, it's good, let it go, I suppose. So, wow, that was a long walk. Let's go back to this. So, name. We don't have to have these be unique. What's up? How's it going? I'm just realizing new horrors of optical media ripping, you know, so the usual. Description. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Let me bring up the SQLite data types. SQLite data types. Windows Explorer uses similar resource forks for things like thumbnails and cache media since 2000, but at least they're not important. Yeah, they're not the other half of the file. Yeah. That explains where those were, though. I was always kind of wondering, like, where is that stuff? Okay, data type. So there is a bool. Okay. Wait, no, does not have bool. Oh, okay. Booleans are stored as integers. SQL recognize the keywords true and false as of version 2018. Okay, I appreciate them putting the date there more than they realize. Oh my gosh, that is nice. Alright, does not have storage class set aside for dates times, but application chooses storage dates and formats, freely convert them between date built-in date time functions. Weird. Okay, sure, whatever. So we'll make an int for status, I guess. Status int. And then we'll just have it be incrementing, so 1, exists but unripped, 2 equals ripping, 3 equals waiting for validation, 4 equals complete, 0 equals error, something along those lines. I don't think we can add a comment in the middle of this, can we? Let's find out. 0 status values 0 equal error, 1 equal waiting, 2 equal ripping, 3 equal awaiting validation. So you gotta tell it it's pretty or else it won't leave. And then 4 equals done. Do separate status and phase? Why? You can determine the status from the phase. This is the job status. What would the difference be logically? Because I don't understand why this would not be acceptable. I don't feel like there is any choice that I could make that would not be able to be derived from the phase. Okay. All right, that. So I should say this. The way that PyDiscRip works currently is it actually just doesn't release the media until the entire decoding is done. Because I didn't have proper async stuff set up, so I just did it kind of kludgy. So it would always have the disk available, but it never actually went back and did anything with it. There were rare cases, like with CDs, where if it was doing something like ripping an audio CD, it would first get the Music Brain's media data, then it would rip the disk, but it would never work backwards to like rip the disk, then go to extract FLACS, and it would get the media data or metadata from the disk. It would never do multiple steps back and forth. So the idea here is to do multiple steps back and forth. And if verification fails, I should be able to change the configuration for this and then kick it back to status 1 and then have it start ripping again, essentially. Ooh, This is gonna be fun. We're gonna have to, Okay, let's think of the CD robot. It's really nice I have the CD robot now because I wasn't able to plan ahead for having that, and now I can. Let's say we have the CD robot, or maybe just like a floppy stack ripper or something along those lines, okay? We have something error, and then we put it back to 1 for waiting, but then it's next in line because it was at the top of the queue, so it gets put back in. Normally, we would run a load command to load the next item in the queue for the automatic loaders, like the CD ripper. So that would mean it would eject the previous disk and load the next one, which would then offset the queue from the digital queue and the physical queue. So we could have a separate status that means just re-rip, and that would bypass the load, or we could have it track what is in the drive and then base the load or unload on that. I don't know if that's a good idea, though. Because we could... Errors could occur during the waiting. So waiting would mean essentially that you just added it to the queue, but there's like 4 other CDs that have to be ripped first. So there's no possible errors to happen during waiting. The errors can happen during ripping and validation. That's it. So this may sound like one of those things where I'm trying to plan too far ahead, but it is something that is going to be fundamental for the architecture for how the software is developed, that I was not able to account for last time. And this is one of those things where it's just not possible straight up to add it to PyDiscRip. Tracking what's in the drives according to digital queues sounds smart, so you can backtrace issues, logic in the robot's behavior. Yeah, but the problem is that I can't actually identify what's in the drives. So let's say I have this disk that's just called network connections. I have literally no idea what's on this disk. I have no idea what the ISO 9660 volume file name is going to be. So what I do is I add a name and a description to this. The name is basically the name that the folder is going to be, that it rips into. And then the description is something human-y that I can put in to have it print to like know exactly what it's talking about. So if there's a stack of multiple disks and then it has one that's in the drive, this might end up saying like Linksys driver version 12.5 for some weird hardware or something, and I don't know because it just says network connections on it. Just as an example, or maybe one of those like weird Panda CDRs that comes with random nonsense. I don't know what is going to be on it. So there's no way for me to associate an actual entry like this with a particular data or sample digitally. So I could attempt to just know that this sample is in the drive and then keep it there. Ugh. Or I could have it be, it never changed. Oh man, how do I want to handle this? All right, let's just come up with a solution and then hard decide on that. And it's going to be something that we'll be able to handle it no matter what. So it's either that the drive, it will get marked as, so there will be a couple of other things in here. Controller ID, because it will be, or int, it will always be assigned to a controller. The controller will then assign it to a drive under the controller, because again, I might have 2 grease weasels. The grease weasels will then have their own drives configured to them. So it will be assigned to the controller, not necessarily to the drive. Because like the CD robot decides on its own which drive to put it into. So it'll be assigned to a controller, not necessarily assigned to a drive. So I think, yeah, I think thinking about that, because we cannot guarantee that it'll be in a specific drive, and that having the drive stored in this isn't actually that useful as a result, we should set up the logic so that it's self-referential instead of relying on the status. Okay. Here's how this will work. I'm actually going to write this down. I'm going to add it to the README. So, one moment. Okay. RIP workflow. Or RIP data. RIP media sample data flow. 10. Add media sample to queue. To, let's call it, to media queue. 20. Wait for sample to, wait for controller assigned to sample to have free drive. Now, it's entirely possible that you'll just have the dummy controller with a single CD drive in your computer, but it won't matter the way that it'll actually work in practice. So you could just have a controller that's just optical drive, whatever, and it's basic, but it'll still work the same. 30. Assign, oh wait for controller, assign, okay. Try to have free drive, okay. Assign drive to control to sample and start rip. Okay, but no, hold on. Wait for controller to have free drive. Okay, assign. Okay, so this matters. Do I assign a sample to a drive or do I assign a drive to a sample? I think I assign a sample to a drive. Assign sample to drive. Add rip to action queue. So this will be oh my gosh, I can spell. Action queue is going to be another database or another table. And that will track the essentially the commands that need to be run. So this would be redumper, do this, okay? And then there'll be an end state that happens, and then there will be a data generated from this that then needs to be decoded. Sample owns a singular drive. So I don't know. So the controller will have drives. So the controller owns the drive. That part is 100% guaranteed. I think the drive, once it's free, should have a sample assigned to it, which will then mark the sample as ripping. And then we'll add an action to the action queue to rip whatever is in that drive. So just be rip drive is what the action would be. But the output would be for this sample, which would be tracked. So the drive would know it has this sample, essentially. And then the sample would know the output would go to the location where this action is. Okay, 40. You'll notice there's a reason I'm doing the basic, like, number things. After rip action. Also, somehow in here, one of the fundamental things that I did with PyDiscRip, that is one of the, like, few good things that I like, was, actually, you know what, on that 40, let's do a little renum 50. For every data creation process that happens, let's say, ripping, converting, anything like that, it adds a data type marked to the output of the media sample, and then it reprocesses a list of data handlers that will then work with any data types that they can. So you rip a floppy disk. It generates a flux output. There is the greasewoozle convert data handler that sees the flux output and goes, I can work with that to make a binary image. So it makes an image file. But also, there is the HXC image generator or handler that sees that flux and goes, I can make a flux image of that disk. So you need to have multiple handlers that can work with each data type. And then some handlers need to have multiple data types, or at least access to multiple data types. So let's say you rip a CD. The CD generates the bin queue, and it generates the MusicBrainz JSON data dump. The music, when it sees the bin queue, it tries to rip it to FLAC, and it can succeed, or it'll try to rip it, decode the bin queue. It might generate an ISO, it might generate waves or whatever. If it generates waves, then it'll go to make FLACs, because FLACs can actually hold ID3 data. When it goes to create the FLACs, it'll see, oh, there were wave files generated, but then it will also check, was there a MusicBrainz item generated? And if there was, then it will use both to ID3 tag the FLACs. So the actions, there needs to be some kind of way of storing data outputs or data types available for this. So one, make handlers for every media type modular, in the sense you can just add a new media handler like a template or something. So that was always the goal. The way that PyDiscRip is set up is similar to that, but it's not easy. So if we look under handler, we have data handlers. So there are handlers for, let's say we rip with redumper, we get a split bin queue. If we get a split bin queue, then it will take all of those and it will merge them together, and then it will output a non-split bin queue. So that's the data type here, and then that goes back into the data. But the data manager here has to have all of these loaded in manually. So you can't just drop a file in there like an add-on or something. It might be possible, and I want to look into how to do this for Media Basket to see if there's like a wildcard handler that I can put here to import everything. I don't know if I can. If I can, that would be preferable. So, yeah. Maybe a step table or on creation of an activity. It adds all steps to be done for that sample that can have references out and has a call. So I don't think we should do it that way. So you put in a CD and you may not know what's on that CD. So let's say you have a music CD that could contain just Redbook audio. And then it's just going to be waves. And then you'll convert that to FLACs, and then that's it, you're done. But if it's a Blue Book, it could have waves, and it could have a second session with data, and if you're lucky, maybe you can actually extract that data and get an ISO out of it. And then that ISO you want to extract all the files from, and then you can look at all the files that are on there, and if you were insane, you could do something with those, but I don't. But I do extract the ISOs if I can. So you don't, it's a fork. You don't know what you're gonna get out of the media that you put in there necessarily. So I don't want to say preload all of the actions. Each step, each action that happens needs to emit the kind of data that it generated in such a way that the action queue can be processed and assign it. So what I'm afraid we're gonna need is, in addition to the media table, the media queue table, maybe it's a media sample table. I don't know. Maybe we need a data table. And then the data table will have the data types associated with each media sample, and then there'll be the relational link for the ID, and then we make a view where we select media ID, and then it returns all of the data outputs or something. So this is something I need to figure this out. Wildcard import. We're too far away from that. I'll keep in mind it's possible, and I will come back to it. I don't want to know right now. I don't want to think about that right now. This is why I said at first, let's just make something that looks pretty and then figure it out later. And then the stupid brain was like, but. My throat hurts a lot more this stream. Somehow I'm talking more than normal. Probably because I'm doing physically less. Process flowchart. Yeah, it's kind of why I was trying to make the basic thing here. So after rip action, emit data created. If rip error. If there's a just straight up rip error, it fails to rip. Well, still floppy could. It's going to be controller dependent. If the controller can re-rip or not. Yeah, if rip error go to 40. I mean, that's the thing. That's kind of what floppy does. But it can only do that once. Yes, we need to make a chain, essentially, yes. So the way that it works now is in RAM, each dictionary item for the media samples has a list object on the dictionary that has each kind of data type. And as there's a data type available, or let me take a step back. Each media sample in memory has a list of data types and a list of completed handlers per each data type. So if it sees there is a dot, or in the output it sees there is flux, then the GW convert will see the flux. It will look if itself is in the list, and if it's not, then it will go ahead and process it. Then it will add itself to the list, and then it will output that it converted it, and then output whatever it generated, which would be a binary, or maybe if it was a IBM format floppy, it will output a FAT12, and then it will mark that it handled that already. So the things that need to be done are, when data is created, generate a indicator of some kind that the data exists, and then also track what has handled the data already, what has already acted on the data. This is where the memory-based solution worked, because we're getting into the like multi-dimensional table nonsense, and this is not going to work well in SQL. Unless I just stuff JSON in the SQL database. So, to reiterate, after it's ripped, it generates data. The data gets acted upon by handlers, and the handlers track in the media sample whether or not they have handled the data already. That way you don't have it like try to convert a bin queue to a wave multiple times. So we need to track multiple layers of information, which is not what SQL is good at. But we kind of still need to use SQL because the asynchronous interface is what SQLite is good at. Just use the DB for logging and nothing else. No. The DB is the savior for the async task offloading. Yeah, this is a pretty fundamental architectural decision that has to be made, kind of early. The good news is I think we know everything we could possibly want to know this time, so we can make all the right choices up front. Because I had never considered the idea of the disc robot when I was doing this initially, and that broke everything. So this time we know that that is an option, that that's on the table. The only other thing I could possibly try to consider is having one server manage multiple client computers, but I'm just gonna go, no, just run a full server on each one. I don't care. Because that's, no. That would be insane. Okay. I could just make multiple tables that have the keys for the other things. I'm not really crazy about that. I don't have enough SQL familiarity. Okay, so riddle me this. If I make just like 4 different tables, okay, let's just call this media sample. Let's not call this media queue. Media sample. If I have this, and then I have data sample, all right, and then there'll be not a description, there'll be a type, all right, that would be text. There will not be a status. Let's just assume that it's just that, and then there is data handled. So this would be, this would also have int type media underscore sample underscore key, and then this would have data sample underscore sample key, because each one of these can have multiple of these, and each one of these can have multiple of these. So this is the, oh, this would be, yeah, data handled. This would be the only way to do this pure SQL. But I think this sucks. I think this is a terrible idea. But if not this, then what? This is where the JSON dictionary really, really does help. But I'm kind of trying to imagine, how would you do this in 1999 before that would have been a more standard convention? Not necessarily that 1999 would have been, you know, the best year ever to do this kind of thing, but like there would have been solutions before this. And generally older solutions are more, I don't want to say robust, but barbaric can be fast. Store JSON, subquery the JSON. Yeah, that's an option. So we could just do, instead of all of this, just do data and then type JSON. And then in that, it would just be a multi-dimensional dictionary that has the data types that it is output and then the handlers that have handled it. We really don't want a monolithic table? Yeah. Is it still monolithic to that? Can you show the JSON we're trying to map here? Well, that's the thing. It's extremely simple. That's why I was saying it could be this or it could be the JSON. So we're just saying, okay, roughly, new, here, tools, highlighting, markup, JSON. So we have name crazy frog. Okay, we're ripping the crazy frog CD. Okay, so it output, you know, a bin queue, whatever. That doesn't matter. Let's just ignore that part. It generates data. Okay, so in the data, we get a list of data types. Initially, it generates a bin queue. Okay, so the bin queue then has its own stuff that's tracked. So for this, we'll have a dictionary that's this, and then the bin queue gets handled by the wave vector. Okay, say that. It's a wave object. The wave object gets handled by the FLAC object. But the FLAC object also would need the CDDB object, which would get handled by FLAC as well. So this is kind of the crux of the problem. We go to rip a CD for Crazy Frog. It generates a bin queue. The bin queue gets converted to waves, and then the waves get converted to FLACs. The FLACs also need the CDDB information so that they can store the ID3 tags in there. So we have to store that the bin queue has already been converted to waves somewhere, and then we have to store that the waves need to be converted, let's say, by the FLAC still, and that the FLAC also needs to have access to the CDDB information. Well, I was joking about actually storing it as raw JSON. It would just be a string, and then we'd JSON decode the string after getting it from the database. The problem is reading and writing the JSON string to the database would be a little and it would make it harder to do things asynchronously. Because you could have multiple things try to write that monolithic JSON object at once. SQLite, what? SQLite has JSON stuff built in? JSON. SQLite, JSON. SQLite supports 30 functions, operator for dealing with JSON values, also what on earth? Array. What? Has ordinary text backward compatibility. Oh, this is wonky. I don't like this. All right, let's take a step back. No matter what, this has to be stored as JSON somewhere. Because this gets stored in the output here. So let's look at this, curvature of space and time, the status object here. This is how this literally works in the real software, by the way. So that's the config stuff here. So the data, okay, data, we have type ID for the data is bin queue. This was processed by data handler bin queue. And then it output a wave. And the wave was processed by the wave handler. It output these files. These files, it also output an ISO 9660 because this is a Blue Book disk. The FLAC handler, or handled the wave handlers processed by wave that outputs, FLACs here, which was this. There is nothing to process FLACs. So nothing processed that. And the same thing with Z files. It attempted to extract files from the ISO 9660 file system, and they would have been output into this directory, and then it doesn't try to figure out if there's any files in there. All of this needs to be stored in the JSON file next to the outputted data files, no matter what, because I want to be able to clear the database on reload and then reinstantiate it from the JSON files. That way that the database is stateless, and if you lose the database, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you have the actual output. Because I want to be able to take like an old RIP that you have lying around and put it back into the software and then reprocess it. The reason to do that also is that, like, let's say your RIP, your power got cut in the middle of decoding the waves to the FLACs, and then it comes back, and you can just continue the process by reloading it. So maybe we do store the JSON in the database. Or maybe we just have, maybe... No, the database, like if you mean during runtime, yeah, I think we're going to have to. Long term, no. It must be stored next to the actual media sample and then reloaded. I do have the logic to parse it. I don't necessarily want to keep this format. So I'm not, because the thing is that this is all so directly tied into how the existing memory managed version works that that code's not really usable. The only thing that I'll be able to pull out of the old software are the handlers, because that wasn't written idiotically. So these I'll be able to convert probably to work with Media Basket, but nothing else out of this directory essentially. Like maybe these. Well, definitely the controllers, because I'm not rewriting the auto publisher one. That's for sure. We'll convert that. Yeah, we need to standardize this output format, because right now it's just kind of a garbage dump fire of everything. Ugh. Man, this is rough. This one sucks. I'm wondering, maybe the best solution is this, and then instead of having a separate table for the handled ones, we just have handled by, and then that will be a JSON list within this. Or yeah. That way, we're less likely to have collisions because each data sample will be directly tied, and then I can make a view or a function or whatever. So I'll load a particular media sample, and then I'll have a secondary call to this that I'll then use to populate the JavaScript dictionary, or not JavaScript, Python dictionary, and then I'll just JSON dumps that. So it's 3 steps, which isn't too bad. So essentially everything that's in this, this would need to go into that table. So type ID, yeah, data directory, data files, that could be dictionary, compound statements. No, that's the thing. I'm saying it's not going to be a compound statement. I'm going to do it the sloppy way. So in Python, I will get one media sample, and then I'll take its key, and then I will use that for a different SQL query to pull this data by this as the where equals. So rather than do it all in SQL, because that sounds like it's going to be a nightmare, we'll just do it this way. So it's 2 SQL queries. Because the only other option is to wrap this into a dictionary. I mean, that's the thing. This has to end up as a dictionary into another header of that. I can't avoid JSON, period. It's not possible. That's where I was kind of saying. That's what I was saying, Android. So I had that earlier. Here, this data handled. It would be 3 total tables for the media sample, the data associated with the media sample, and then the handlers that have handled the data. So that's what I was saying. But what I could do is I could, whoa, I didn't know that was a thing. I could eliminate one of the tables by just putting a list of the handlers in JSON within the thing. That would eliminate an entire table. But this, I think, is worth making as a separate table because it's more likely to be simultaneously accessed. Understood none of this. You were interested. This is a weird self-inflicted problem. How many handlers per type? I wouldn't say it's not strictly defined, but like, let me think about this. It's usually only one, but there can be multiple. So, yeah. Is it worth keys on the sample tables? Let me put it this way. Every single floppy disk ripped will generate flux as a data output, and every flux will always be handled by 2 converters that will need to be tracked independently. So for every floppy disk, it's always 2. That's always the same. Here's the thing. I've done this enough that I don't want to say that it's always going to be this. It's like, what is it? Flux Fox. I'm waiting for this to... Okay, I'm not seeing wanting Marty PC. Third handler that I could use instead. It is called Flux. Why does that show up? So this also creates flux maps, but it's only usable for IBM PC disks. But these look so much better. I really, really wish this would get updated to like support everything, but I understand. FluxFox is not general purpose. I get it. I know. I understand. But oh my gosh, it would be so good. Anyway, so this would be my ideal, but we can't do this because it's just not. No. LT definitely struggling today. We have dropped 618 frames total. Handlers have to be defined by code, so they're static. Well, in that regard, yes. Get the data first, yes, but let's say I want to add this later and I want to re-render all of the flux. This is one of those areas where I will want it to be tracked in everything. Ah, man. Okay, let me put this out there. All right. There will be an action in the action queue, which is going to be a separate table. Excuse me. That will say rip this, and then the action queue will be used to define work with this data. The action queue would never need to read handlers, but the processes that work on the data would need to mark it as being handled. Well, Sam's cool. The problem is that you cannot treat JSON files like a database because you get concurrency issues with writing multiple of them at once. And that means that you have to keep the data in RAM, and keeping the data in RAM isn't compatible with asynchronous workflows, which is what I'm trying to switch to, because not having it be asynchronous and not having higher level access to how you can the flow of the program limits what I can do. So, need a special floppy drive to get a flux map? No, it works off-shelf stuff. No, you just need a better floppy controller. So in this case, a grease weasel. Yeah, Ben, that's kind of where I'm at. So media sample represents the physical item. That's the floppy disk. And then data sample represents the data output. So the first data sample would be flux. The second data sample would be the FAT12 file system. The third data sample would be the data extracted from the FAT12 file system. And then parallel to the FAT12 file system, there would be the PNG generated by HXC that is the flux map. So I do agree there's a valid reason to separate these, because these will be enacted on their own outside of this, but one of these will need to be used for the validation. So what we'll probably do is we'll do the rip action, and then we'll add the action. We'll add an action after the rip where the status of the first action is contingent on this second, and we'll have to track that somehow. So yeah. Pordizo, the idea is that the data samples are created by the actions. So we would not create the flux data sample until the rip is finished. And then the FAT12 file, or the FAT12 data, would not be created until, like in an ideal world, okay, I can put a floppy disk in the drive, it reads the flux, it converts it to a binary by looking at the sector structure, and then it looks at the binary data to determine if it's like a CPM disk image, a FAT12 disk image. Currently, there's no tools that do that automatically. But let's say I am crazy and I make a tool that does it. It then needs to be able to logically determine which is the next data type to process. So it can't just specify up front what all the data types are going to be. CDs, we can do a little bit more of that with. Floppies, not so much. Can you make a handler is also a validator? Well, what I'm saying with that is specifically with the ripping, we need to hold the rip until it has been validated and potentially re-rip. So the rip would, let's say the pseudocode for this is like this: rip does the rip, and then after the rip, it creates an action that is validate, and then it stores the ID in the action queue. There's no action table here. And then it has to track, it has to watch that action ID for the status to change. If the status changes to valid, then this can stop holding and it can release and eject the disk, and then the rest of the data decoding can happen without the disk. But if the validation fails, then it needs to re-rip potentially with more secure methods, or eject and mark the rip as a fail. So that's what needs to happen there. So there's one, it'll need to watch the output of the validation and then determine what to do from there. But that can, in theory, run unchecked, but it needs to hold this until the output from that is validated. Said FLAC, no one handles FLAC, but FLAC validator would handle FLAC? What? So can't you make a handler? So let's say this. Let's say we have a CD, and it puts the rescan data action into the queue. Rescan tries all the handlers. Each handler can add, if handler adds data to the table, also puts the rescan. I'm not sure what you mean by rescan, but the validate action. So the problem with when I say validate action, that's not actually a real action, because there is no thing that will be validate. It will just be attempt to decode the data, and then if it fails, flag it as invalid. Is essentially it. So that's why I was saying this would watch the state. So if we ripped a bin queue, we would attempt to extract waves or an ISO from the bin queue. If we get neither waves nor an ISO, then it would fail. Mentioned rescanning. I don't remember saying scanning, but sure, re-ripping. Maybe I accidentally said scanning because I scanned too so much. I don't know. Anyway, so let's say it's a CD. It uses the software bchunk to try and generate either ISOs or waves. If it generates neither ISOs nor waves, then it knows that the disk was bad. For a CD, there's nothing you can do. So you would just eject it and then mark the media sample on the web interface as red. It was a bad rip. Maybe on the Robo Ripper thing I've got, there's an error peg that you can use to eject stuff to specially. Maybe I could even have it eject it to that, but that's outside of the point. For floppy disks, it could rip the flux. It could then attempt to decode the flux into a binary image, a .img file. The .img conversion process specifically states how many sectors it finds and how many sectors it expects in the output. We could track that to make sure that the found sectors and the expected sectors match. And if they don't match, the conversion step can have an error status that is output. This could start the decode from flux to img file and then watch the output status. And then if the output status ends in error, the floppy can be reread at a higher read count, let's just say. The revs would be higher, so it'd read it multiple times. It would be more likely to get better data, but that's more aggressive on the disk. You don't want to do that if you don't have to. So that's why you wouldn't do that up front. So it could potentially reread, but it would only do it once. And then afterwards, it would just let it go and whatever happens, happens. So that's where this needs to hold based on the output status of this. So I guess this does need a status of some kind. I don't know. We'll just come back to that. Okay, so no matter, you know what? I think no matter what, this needs a database entry. I think that that's required. So, yeah. Or am I thinking about, oh my gosh, this is where this gets complicated, because then we have the other thing that is actions. Action queue. Because we haven't actually looked at this yet. So it'll need a media sample key. Actually, it'll need... actions can be performed on media samples or data samples. You know what? Action CMD text, which would just be rip, floppy decode, stuff like that. Wave, FLAC, you know, different. And then action data, and that would be JSON. There'd be a status, date time, then it was added, sure, why not? There is no handled. So, need a break? Yeah, the stream ends now, so that is it. The problem is I really do need to define this before we continue at all, I think. So this starts in action. The action will generate the data. Ugh. This is a mess. Hello, how's it going? It's about to end. We're 1 minute over stream now. Yeah, all right. I should wrap this up. Let me commit everything here. Git, that's not what I want. Git add dot git commit SQL planning. I will probably think about this more. Or I'll let my brain ooze out of my ears and just stare at a wall all night. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. Well, I'll figure that out later. It is an interesting problem. I think that's one of the reasons why I keep coming back to it, because I haven't conquered it yet. It's a problem that I have. It's continuously a problem that I have, and I need to solve it. So yeah, it'd be kind of fun to like actually crack this finally. So yeah. Anyway, I am going to wrap this up. We're just going to end this over here. I'm going to run the thing from the chair. That way, because sitting nice. Starting, well, sounding sound to me. Media data is about data. Sampler is about tracking each artifact. That includes intermediate items. Yeah, so that's the thing, is I think I need to track physical data objects, or physical objects. Like another thing, these will have photos associated with them, okay? So there'll be that. Because there's a camera built into the CD robot. I have my Caesar right here. One of the things I want to do is like hold it under there as I'm typing in the information and hit a button that'll take a photo with that. So there's that. Okay, you gotta stop using the word scan because it's like not, it's rip. It rips, there's no scanning. Re-rip action only if conversion fails and mark media sample as error with current. Kind of, yeah, that's essentially what I'm thinking. So anyway, it's outro time. All right, we will pick this up tomorrow. I'm not gonna say for sure whether or not it'll be here or at home. It might be at home, because there's really no reason for me to drive here to do this. So yeah, anyway, that's gonna be it for now. I am looking forward to coming up with a better long-term solution for this than the horrendous nightmare that is PyDiscRip, which has had its place, but its place was to make me realize how bad it is. So yeah, I just really didn't think I was gonna do like a whole SQL database for this stuff, but it's really necessary. So yeah. If you enjoyed this stream, then you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, I am on Patreon, or you can get a shirt like this one. But that will be it for now, and I will see you all next time.